Morning, everybody. I know it's past 9 o'clock, but we're just preparing for the grand entry. You'll see a gentleman over here, Ryan Sanderson, got his hand up in the air. He's one of the guys putting together the grand entry. One of the challenges we're having right now is we want to identify who all the veterans are. So if you could go let Ryan know if you're a veteran, we want you to be a flag bearer, and we want you to be in the grand entry. So any veterans, Ryan is the guy. The magic number for quorum is 136. The people taking registration back there are keeping count, so we'll know when that's ready. But we're putting together the grand entry. Chiefs, of course, are there, expected there. Sorry, 142 is the magic number. He just told me 142. I just said 136, he told me 142, and I'll have to say. Sorry. We trust our ladies who have looked after this event time and time again. Dina, 136 is the number. I am sorry. Dina and Donna. Remember those two Ds if you have any questions at all. Yes. We also need, Chiefs, we also need you to identify somebody from your First Nation to carry your flag. Please identify somebody from your First Nation to carry your flag or a flag. Chiefs, you have a challenge. Who will carry your flag? I have it up here. Oh, wow. Okay. Ryan. Ryan, okay. You know, I know it's a challenge, but we'd like to know who's carrying the flags, their names, so we can announce them as they come in, if that's possible. We have quorum, so we want to get our grand entry going. We have quorum. If you know the name of your flag bearer, you can come and tell me. I'll put it down on my list. Thank you, Chief, for that. Dennis Cook, okay. Huh? Yeah. Eagle Staff Carrier. Who is that? Eagle Staff. Tina, can you phone Jean and tell him I need to talk to him about what the MNP is going to say?
Yeah, I sent Keith the agenda last when I restarted.
Ambrose Sandy Point. Okay. Black Lake. Black Lake. Ambrose Sandy Point. Morning, Chief. How are you? Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll have both. I mean, some of the chiefs just came up and told me, that's all. So did you get it? Morning, Mel. We are marshalling at the back for the grand entry. Chiefs, flags bearers, at the back, special guests, at the back, special guests. You'll be part of the grand entry, we hope. We invite you. We're starting.
There's only one veteran.
Oh, that's okay, then we'll.
There's the senators that carry in the flag, the treaty flags and that.
Okay. However you sit out there, Randy.
Let's go look for Cumberland,
Okay.
and I'll give you this list.
Okay. So there are not too many veterans here today, so we're going to enlist our senators to please bear a flag for us. Our senators, if you are able, could you please bear a flag for us?
Oh, there's only Stephen Ross that's here. The Eagle staff.
He's the one? Okay. Stephen Ross? Okay. Okay. James Smith is, what's that name?
Malcolm Bond.
Malcolm. James Smith. Oh, I have somebody for there already.
You can come and see me.
I have Victor Mustas.
I'll let you know.
Okay. Ritter.
Get the chiefs to go get their headdresses now to go in the back.
Yeah, I've been telling him.
Hey, brother. Sure, bro. Hey, man. I ate razor plates for breakfast.
Chiefs, as you marshal, pick up your bonnets, your
Erwin Henny is fine arts.
who?
Erwin Henny.
We don't even have that flag here.
Because we got our
That's okay. I'll put it in here. Erwin Haney.
fine arts Eagle staff.
Oh. That's big.
Henny.
Yeah, I know him. Treaty 6 adhesion flag. Who is carrying that one? Put up your hand. I'll probably know who you are. PAGC flag. Who is carrying that? And Dennis Sanderson, come and join me up here. Elder Dennis Sanderson, come and join me up here.
Trying to organize the water.
What's that?
Right here. Orange.
Oh, yeah. Shane Bird, where are you? Well, Ryan is putting together the flags. Shane, I believe you're putting together the grand entry. Just let me know when you're ready, Shane. And we'll have Elder Dennis Sanderson take over here. Are you ready to go there, Dennis?
Boys. There's young boys, come here.
Yeah, John, those chairs are right over there. Go get the young boys again and put them there for you guys.
Boys. All of you.
Yep, yep. Right in front. Right in front.
Behind them. Go get those chairs over there, boys.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Just waiting for Shane to give us the word for the grand entry to start. Tatanka Kua, be ready. Dene drummers, be ready.
You go on. You take it. I'll introduce you.
For the traditional grand entry, we're going to have Elder Dennis Sanderson take over. Elder Dennis, come on.
Hi. Gnaskamatin gakyo. Gnaskama tawi ma gamasona. Morial pisco no. Good morning, everybody. This morning we thank the Creator for a wonderful day. The pipes were lifted for you people. That things will go good for you during our meetings here. We prayed for the chiefs, the elders, the senators, the veterans, and everybody that's going to come here today in the next 2 days of our meetings. So at this time, we're kind of waiting on word back there when they're ready. We have the Eagle staff, the flag bearers. I hope all the reserves have a flag bearer back there, so we don't have to be. Anyways, that'll be ready. It'll be all ready. We have the flag. We have the Eagle staff, flags, and the chiefs. All the chiefs should be back there, and the dignitaries. So we're just going to try and make the grand entry a little short at this time until tomorrow. We'll have everybody follow the closing tomorrow. So we're pretty well all set, and I'll have the Dakota sing the grand entry, followed by the Dene with the flag song. So we'll just wait and see when they're ready to come in. Bring them up, Shane. Bring them up to the door. We're just about ready, so when grand entry comes in, we'd like you to rise, take off your hat, pay respect. Follow that flag, turn around as they come in, just come around this way. Pay attention to the Eagle staff and the flags and the chiefs. Honor those people. Shane, bring them up to the front. Again, we want to thank the pipe carriers this morning for raising the pipe during the ceremony, the proper protocols that need to be done, the proper protocol of how the grand entry is to be brought in. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I want to ask you all to rise as we bring in that grand entry, the Eagle staff and the flags. Aho! Aho, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing the grand entry with our Eagle staff. The way of beginning of our way of cultural ways. Let's honor those flags from each of our reserves. Thank you. Each of those flags have been carried by one of our representatives of our reserve, followed by our chief, the Grand Council chiefs, and followed by our chiefs from our reserve. What a beautiful sight, an honor. Our Eagle staff has been carried in by our veteran, Stephen Ross. Grand Council flag, Mal Mercury. Saskatchewan flag, Don Cody. Canada flag, Michelle Vanderberg. Black Lake. Ambrose, and followed by our Fond du Lac, Caroline Mercury, Hatchet Lake, Teresa, Cumberland House, Bev, Golay, Red Earth, Connor Mackay, Shoal Lake, Danny Whitecap, James Smith, Victor Mustus, Sturgeon Lake, Danny Moose Hunter, Wapayton, Courtney, Lac Laurence, Jody Pratt, Montreal Lake, Jody Henry Charles, Peter Ballantyne, Eldon Dennis Cook, Treaty 6 flag, Charles Whitecap, Treaty 8 flag, Roy Head, Treaty 10 flag, Hector Woodland Cree flag, Greg Bighead, Fine Arch Eagle Staff, Erwin Henning. Ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful sight. The beginning of our meetings. Miasen omanikaman. Soge boytak. Uitsi kokes kaya tabaganawa. Hey, hey. Here. Yeah. Move up, flag. Move up. Keep on coming in, Flagberry. Keep on coming. Come on in. Come on up. Bring them right up. Bring them right up. Thank you so much for that beautiful entry. Now at this time, we have an elder to say the prayer. Senator Greg Bighead. So we're going to ask the elder, Senator Greg Bighead, to say the prayer for the meetings that we're going to have. And things will go in the way that we are. Pray for our chiefs, pray for our senators, pray for our elders and councillors. Oh, Greg.
First of all, nigan natinanas ko mun an hutsota umapi mamontoyag. Nigan natinanas ko mau kimantum na our Creator for giving us this day and for tomorrow. At this time, I want to acknowledge our elders that lifted the pipe this morning. Our drum group that are here. I want to thank them. And I want to welcome also all the past chiefs, councillors, and the present chiefs and councillors that are here, and all the delegates. That our provincial leaders that are here, and also our city mayor, His Worship Greg Dion, and Councillor Don Cody, I've seen him here, and also any of the police force that are here, and all the our organization, provincial, FSIN, of course PAGC, anyway, buddy I missed most though. And at this time I'd like to, I guess we think about our past residential school, our survivors that are here, my fellow survivors, and also the ones that have passed on. We think about them today also. And we think of those loved ones that have passed on. I'll be okay. What did my parent pray? No. Thanks for bearing with me. I see no kakio, kakio get gomina, uskaya, wasag, it's a tap me. Here go. Lista. Liquatagitan gaps. But anyway, sorry, Narasco Master. I'm Tawima. Yago, Chiptama. Hey, get now. Hey. Oh.
Well, thank you, Elder. Beautiful words that he said. The pain that we have to endure in our lives and our families. keep that in mind today as we sing this song and the victories that we had back home, the victories of doing our work. At this time, I want to ask the Dene singers to do the flag song. Thank you for that wonderful song that we had. At this time, we're going to Tonka Cole. To do the flag song 2 and 4. Hi, hi.
Hey,
we sing this song to honor our flag, to honor the Eagle staff that sits before us, to honor those flags from each of our reserves. We carry those flags in honor of our people back home that are not here. We carry this flag for our chiefs that stand in front of us. We give them thanks for all the work. We ask the Creator to give us the victory. Everybody dancing in one spot. Just lift your legs up. Victory song, boys. Stretch your legs and dance a little bit and pay respect to the elders that are standing, the veterans that is lifting our Eagle staff. Can I ask come out? No one will talk, you know. Oma, nigga man. Can I ask come out? No man, get there. Can I ask come out? Go ask come out. So get this scared. Go come now, get that. Can I ask come out? Go ask come out. Oma, so get this scared. Tired. Give me a send on man. Kaya ask naman, no man, kung tao ino. Kami oyawan no man, kitway naman. Ego, huwag magawa koge. Kumaga na gwes koge. Kaya wichi, soge. Soge yan naman, kaskita. Kaya sa koge. Wichi, kaya na ask naman, no man, kung tao ino. Hi. FSIN, thank you. Thanks for the wonderful day that we're going to have today. Thank you. Come on, come on. Thank you so much for everything. We're going to lower the flags. The Scott PAGC, the helpers. Could you grab the Eagle staff? Ryan, the flag bearers could come through here. And Ryan will collect them. Come to the on this side, and we'll chiefs, you stay there for a while, okay?
Closings. Open the ceremony song. Open the assembly song from the Dene. Open the assembly song from the Dene.
After we're done this, we're going to have the Dene open the assembly, which is a song from you guys. Sing to the chiefs here, and then we'll open the assembly, and then the chiefs can go back to their chairs, okay? We thank you all, flag bearers, for carrying your home flags. I mentioned your names during the grand entry, so I'm sorry, but we have a little bit of time. Okay, Dene singers. Dene singer, go ahead, sing a song for the opening of the assembly. Sing to the chiefs here. song is to open up the assembly. To open it up for all you people. That things will go good. Our meetings will go good. And our chiefs will be there sitting for you, the people back home. For you, the people that are here. The veterans, the elders. The ones that are running for chief. We pray for a good gathering. Most of all, we pray for unity, to be strong with each other, to help out wherever we can. But these people, the chiefs that stand before you, hardworking, trying to make our people strong. That is our goal. We thank the singers and the drummers and the flag bearers for everything. We want to stand up and say, give a good clap to these chiefs. Give them a good clap for all their hard work. And the meeting is now on. So, Wadidika, you can start shaking hands and coming this way. Chief Wadidika, go through the line and shake hands. Follow him. We got Wally. Thank you so much for the opening, and get prepared for the assembly meetings now. Kinanas kamatin gakyo. So good, kuskira. Mias and hi. We'll talk to you. Have a good day and work hard and be good. Thank you. Kinanas kumtin.
Dennis Sanderson, Elder Dennis Sanderson. Give him a round of applause. Way to go, Dennis. Thank you for being here today with us and helping us with our assembly. Thank you, Dennis. Wendell Head and Dale Daniels. You might wonder why I'm saying those names right now. Wendell Head and Dale Daniels. Wendell Head is the Speaker of the Assembly. And his Deputy Speaker is Dale Daniels. Put your hands up there so we know who you are now. There we are. I'm going to invite Wendell to the mic to take over the agenda. Wendell, Chief Speaker of the Assembly, come on up. Wendell Head from Red Earth Cree Nation.
Thank you, Al, for that introduction. First and foremost, Mr. Naskumaya, nung si Mantu, si Pahimigoak, si Papegoak, Pimitaksniak, Migasquagak, New Chinia, Wendell Het Sigazen. I'm going to stay in Naskum to take Pitmagapi, Peach Tazo, and notes. Humutagapi, my Tuak. Good morning, everybody. My name is Wendell Head, Red Earth Cree Nation. I'm honored to be here today for the Assembly as the Mr. Speaker. And I want to say a good morning to the Chiefs, Senate, delegates, elders, Women's Commission, veterans, and staff. So at this time, I'd like to call the Assembly to order. And before we begin, I'll have to read out the agenda. So just this. So bear with me. This is my first time here as well. But again, I'm honored to be here as well. With the Assembly is Mr. Speaker Wendell Head, and over there I have the Deputy Speaker, Dale Daniels from the Sturgeon Lake First Nation. And we'll proceed with the, on the agenda we have a Senator's address to the Assembly. It will be done by Senator Henderson and Senator Hector Cadler. Opening remarks will be done by Chief Karen Baird, Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation, Vice Chief Chris Jobe, Provincial Grand Council, Shirley Anderson, PAGC Women's Commission, Chief Bobby Carman, FSIN, Mayor Greg Dion, City of Prince Albert, Alan Ross, MLA for Prince Albert North Cote. Swearing ceremony will be done by Senator Victor Eckott. Hope I pronounced that right. Yeah. Review of the Assembly procedures. I'll be doing that, and Dale Daniels will be doing that together. We'll go the office of the Speaker, the rules of the Assembly, resolution procedures. And after that, we'll proceed with the PDC management, financial statements from with M&P. And my favorite uncle, Gene Durr. PTC Management Company, appointment auditor. After that, we'll proceed with the PTC annual report presentation from Al Ducharme, our executive director. And after that, we will have lunch. During lunch, we'll have a tributes, moment of silence, which will be announced. And after lunch, we'll get on the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership annual report presentations. Jeff will be doing that. Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership audited finance statement. Keen fund stat from M&P will do that. And then the PTC financial statements. Again, Keith will do that. And after that, we'll proceed with the Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship Awards. Edward Morasti will be doing that. And after that, I guess I'm done there. Then the deputy and the chief electoral officer will take over after the assembly concludes. Yuksama, I think that's what the agenda is set out today. The reading of the PG Election Act will be done by Chief Electoral Officer Jim Tisani, Deputy Electoral Officer Beverly Bird. And after that, they will declare the nominations. Then after that, they'll do the candidate speeches. 6 o'clock tonight, announcement, Women's Commission banquet will be held at Plaza 88. Contact Cheryl Kimberly for that information. So with that, that's the agenda for today. Okay, so at this time, I want to proceed with the senator's address. Where are we going? Oh, okay. Okay.
Motion for adoption.
Okay. I guess for tomorrow, Tuesday, October 3rd, in the morning, we'll begin with the pipe ceremony. 9 o'clock, opening prayer will be done by Senator Harry Cook. Then 10 o'clock, the polls will be open for the Grand Chief election. 12 o'clock tomorrow, the polls will close. And after that, we'll have a lunch. And after lunch, the announcement and second and subsequent ballots will be announced by the Chief Electoral Officer, Jim Tisani. Declaration of elections in the Grand Chief Prince Albert Grand Council will proceed with that by the Chief Electoral Officer. And after that, we'll do the oath of office for the elected Grand Chief. Honoring the elected Grand Chief as well will be done by the Athabasca drummers and Wapitan drummers. Then after that, closing prayer. So that's the agenda for the 2 days. So starts. Yeah.
We need a motion to accept the agenda.
All right. I guess we need a motion to accept the agenda this morning. And I'll read out the motion. Motion number 1 states that Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exposition Center, October 2, 2023. Thoughts on the agenda. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve and adopt the agenda for October 2 and 3, 2023 as presented. Do I have a mover? Chief Bird, BBCN. Who? Chief, secondary is Chief Burns, Chief Smith Cree Nation.
Open for discussion. On the floor for discussion.
On the floor for any discussion? Is there any discussions on the floor?
Question will be called.
Question has been called.
All in favor?
All in favor of the agenda? Keep your hands up as there'll be a counting.
All delegates vote.
Only the white. All delegates vote. All registered delegates to vote only.
Then you ask for opposed and then abstainers.
Okay. They're still opening up your hands, so I think they're still counting.
They'll come and tell you the number.
Okay. Is there any opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. The number. I'm waiting for the number, yeah?
get it to you right away.
Okay.
Just waiting for the count, see.
Just waiting for the account.
We're waiting for the number.
They have to wait count because the girl is counting everybody with the red meat.
Oh, it's only the white tags, right?
Only the white.
We'll have to do a recount.
So we have to renounce it again.
There was no.
Just a piece of information. They're still doing the count, but there were no opposed, so Speaker wants to declare the agenda accepted. Go ahead.
All right, the number will come in. Other than that, the motion is carried. We had 126 in favor. Motion is carried. Okay, all right, moving right along with the agenda this morning. As you know, we're a little bit behind, but hopefully we'll catch up as we move forward. Okay, this time I'll proceed with the Senator's address to the Assembly. I'd like to call up Senator Nolan Henderson for Metro Lake Cree Nation.
Good morning, good now. So Hector dit na nagmams ka trip into na noti. Igo haya maga haya kinotin nas komunista utaipi. Ido ipi michiti aka samina. Igo haya more mistake igo haya more mistake nui to anota. Maga haya that women migrats kaupen patan ogmana ido imistagitik yaguma isi chigiven. I just want to say good morning to all, to our chiefs, Waniganyok, the leaders, our council members, our elders, the senators, as we go into the elections, this is a very important event for us, and that we choose wisely in terms of who is going to take that office forward for us, and that is foremost for this event. And so I'd just like to acknowledge our special guests and all those that are in attendance and all our observers. With that, kinotin naskomit now o taipi kaskohigisto ipi takusnik. Ikusi tamidopin batano tinigi.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Next, I'll call Senator Victor Hector Cadler. Sorry.
Mercy. Thank you. Good morning to you all. Can you النادى أن دنداء الأساس لها دا خالص. Good morning to you all. My name is Hector Kelther. I'm from Hatchelick Band in Suslina, Athabasca, Treaty 10 territory. Masi. Salot inadu jatani desi you Black Lake, Fond Lake, Hatchet Lake. Nuni edabarait ilisia nukuna desi. Nuenanagat desi. Bajani del Ario, Chief Councillors. Tadu Muzuda no liha aten nanag Hajani des Nuelutne. Dun Nueskana. With Quatanli. Sweat in that desert here. That Adu at En Gori and Sasit Adu. And when Nanaga, Dinde, Hatchin another. Wallinilla, Nestancy, Connestan Salot in Massi, in the weather, the Harwich, and no, who's the Alana, Massi Benasa, Duonson, as it Holanda, as a massive Nestan. I'd like to thank my chief today. He's been there for over 10 years. As for his senator, I'm very appreciative what he's doing for our community. Ida salute in him. It's a lot to attend and only as doing I'll see. Attend and I got on sweet does to the eat down as you. You're not in the hunt, the tool is that don't do it. Could do I say, or the another as you that I not as. بقول إن زي ما قلنا كده وزمالات another then a god نمني تاعنا رسوا لني نمني قال أجنا ريجا إس ورجون كرات إس كابين وسنيد وريجا اللي زلوا كنا تادو زينك ماشي وثين دون تلوت أنزي Nwadari masi elu ni abo khawi another khawi another now that siguri yinis. With that, thank you very much. I'd like to thank everybody in this room, Chief, Councillor, my fellow members, senators, my fellow Nolans that you better do good here. Or else, well, I don't know what he meant, but but anyway, message. Thank you very much. I hope everything's go well in all this week until you get home. I see.
Thank you, Senator. Moving on to the opening remarks. At this time, I'd like to call Chief Karen Baird, Beeler Palatine Cree Nation.
Good morning, everybody. Karen Burton Sithiga son patu chono wutsinida. Kirenas kumit na nun sa gisagak ultipita kusnik bimidup multi-week ultaga anucho magama muentuak. Hello everybody, my name is Karen Bird, Chief of Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. I am from South End, Reindeer Lake. I grew up on Reindeer Lake as a trapline girl. I don't know how to hunt anymore. But anyway, I want to say welcome everybody to the PAGC elections this week. I thank PAGC staff and our vice chiefs for hosting us today. Thank you to the pipe ceremony that did the ceremony this morning, and also the drummers for their ceremonial songs. They're very powerful this morning. I'd like to say good morning to our senators, our chiefs, our councilors, our mayor and council, our PBCN delegates, Brian Hardlott and Greg Ermine, our delegates, our alternates, our observers that are here, elders. Thank you to the flag carriers, organizers, staff again, technical staff, the food services, and all that could be here this morning. I want to acknowledge that we're in a Treaty 6 territory. Prince Albert is one of the reserves here, the Chief Joseph Custer Reserve that I serve. I serve 9 reserves, over 55,000 square kilometers. So when I go to one community to another, it usually takes me about 4 hours. So my vehicle has taken a beating this past 2 years that I've been here. I need a new vehicle. If you guys want to chip in, I'll be sitting over there. I want to say this morning, I come here on a heavy heart this morning. I've been getting calls, as you know, the other chiefs, councilors know, the servants in the communities, the elders. The kind of calls that we get in the morning, early morning calls, are usually not good morning calls, but calls to let you know something has happened. Last night and this morning, we've lost some lives again in our reserves of Pelican Arrows and Deschambault Lake. My heart goes out to them this morning, as the elders phone me, the grandma, crying and saying, my grandson is gone. You don't know what to say when somebody comes to phone you. Most times upset, and Chief, do something. And me, I'm a person, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother also, I'm an auntie, I'm a friend, and also a chief. And I think one of the most important jobs that I have right now is being that person and looking for answers. Everybody wants to feel safe. And the more calls that I'm getting, the more community members are saying to me that they don't feel safe in their reserve. And it's supposed to be a place of safety. Your home is supposed to be a place of safety. And not having that, having to think you have to leave for safety is not a good thing. I plead with my fellow chiefs here today, counselors, to help me. As a young chief, what do I do? What do I do to help my community members feel safe? There's things that we have to do, and I know that, it's a crisis. In Pelican Arrows, we have about almost 4,000 people and only 5 counselors. And my heart goes out to those counselors in one of the biggest communities of Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation. I try to do my best to help them, with the policing services and working with the RCMP, but there's more. We have to do more with the violence of gang-related activities that are happening. We're working on a lot of things, and one of them is the truth and reconciliation. The truth part of it is we have to, bring out the truth that have been happening in our reserves for many years. The genocide that tried to happen in our reserves, the killing off of the First Nations. A lot of that traumatic experiences live on in the generations. What had happened to my great-grandfather, I still live with that. And those people that commit those violence acts live with that. And this is how they retaliate. There has to be a healing. There has to be truth that comes out so we can heal from that. The services that needs to come with it. And we have, last year, I believe, when we had we've been having a lot of meetings with my colleagues. I work with 14 counselors in Peter Valentine Cree Nation. We've been having many meetings. What do we do? What strategy can we take? You know, I come here because I know this is a place of caring people. People from the north, people from the east, the west, and the south that come together once a year. And I was thinking about what to say in my opening comments. Yes, I want to greet you, but also to tell you we're in a crisis. And not only in our reserves, but also in the reserves. You know, we heard what happened in James Smith. You know, they still continue to work. It's a long work that Chief has been working on and his council members. And I think that's one of the things that I want to meet with Chief Wally here soon to help us in what way to go, because we're having to bury our young people every week now. Just these 2 days, we've lost 3 people. That's an alarming rate. Young people doing this to each other. You know, and I said I'm a grandmother. I have a 16-year-old grandson. That's going the wrong way also. And as a grandmother, I can cry. And pray, because that's all I can do. He won't listen. This grandmama told me this morning my grandson is still laying on the road. He got shot last night. This morning he's still laying there because the coroner didn't make it. And all I could do was, you know, cry with her. It's a tragic event, what's happening in our PBCN reserves. It's tragic. Please pray for us. Our counselors, 2 of them had to go back to the reserves because they lost loved ones last night, this morning. They couldn't be here. It's disrupting our daily business life, what we have to do as leaders, because we're dealing with the emergencies. And I know PAGC, and I thank Vice Chief Chris and Smai have been helping us. We've been going to other communities. We've been supporting James Smith as much as we can, Isnan, with what we can do, and just showing that love. But we'll be going to you. We'll be going to the other chiefs and asking you what can we do here, because I'm at a loss as a chief what to do for my Cree Nation. It's really sad to hear the cries of the people up north. But I want to say I thank you for being here, taking the time to be here, away from your families. You love your families, and I know this is a time away from them. And I hope, you know, you get the time to visit each other, because these times they're short. We see people, you know, and one day and the next day they're gone. Just continue to love one another. Thank you. And Iguse, I thank you. God bless you. And enjoy your week.
Next on the agenda, I'll call Vice Chief Chris Job, the Salbert Grand Council.
Good morning, Tim Scott, Jack Sipaga, Gedom Titnimak. Minun pimdi dino tanistay pinipoy angi tom. Nas kumok. Uspaga nagi spagi na check no Jack Sipak. Gumina no chagi sipay miak. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our God, our Creator, for giving us this opportunity to come in this circle. It is important to hear each one of us, our stories. But I just want to tell you something about leadership. You know, every leader that you have selected in your communities, they no longer own to themselves. They are the public figure. But about being a leader, we don't need a title to lead. We just need to care. People would rather follow a leader with a heart than a leader with a title. That is so powerful. And I commend these leaders time and time again, every single morning, every single night, just to supplement what Chief Karen said. Each and every one of us here carry that hurt, carry that pain, not only within our families, but within our communities and our neighboring communities. As you see social media, it's so powerful how we get news so fast. You know, just this past year, we have lost so many loved ones. I just lost a best friend, my childhood friend, like it was like a blood brother to me. I still carry that every single day. I cry because that's what part of healing. It's okay to cry. It's because you're a man, a woman. But I have hope because we will see them. They're on the other side. They're in the spirit world. That's why I have hope. With that, you know, I just want to say thank you for coming down again in your busy schedules. You know, you have a task in hand here, you know, to be a good role models, to be that beacon of hope for our people, to the next generation. Residential school have taken a lot of us. Still today, how many generations? 139 residential schools right across Turtle Island. So far, they did roughly around 11 residential schools, the ground penetration. Roughly around 10,000 already. They have to do another 128. Imagine that number. That's a staggering number. A staggering number. When you calculate each child that never came home, if they were to have 2 or 3 kids, our population would be bigger today. 150,000 children are taken away from their home, where they grew up. And the men, they couldn't protect their families, was taking their dignity away from them. We're still fighting that today, of that shame. But it's not their fault. The government and the churches have to be held accountable, not just a simple apology. Reconciliation starts with the whole Canada of Turtle Island. Reconciliation starts right from the heart to forgiveness. By moving forward, we need to walk as one. Because every one of us, every nationality, we bleed the same. We all have the red blood. We're only a skin deep different. You know, I just want to say, you know, doing a little bit more history on the genocide of our people. In the United States, they even made little handcuffs for little children. That's how bad they wanted to distinguish us. I have utmost respect for the senators, the veterans, the past and present leaders. Here are the real warriors of today, the real soldiers for our people. We have to move as one fire, one voice, one wind, one light. We need to be that beacon of hope for our people. We're in a crisis in each and every community. We feel it. But always we have to put the Creator first to guide us. Yes, we can forgive, but we can never forget what happened to those children. Even our poor brothers and sisters that are in a gang affiliation, they're lost as well. They're lost as well because of this genocide that happened to our people. But we're still here. We're still here. They never killed us off. You should be proud of yourself. You know, but we have to talk about what we went through. You know, I just want to say that. I don't want to keep you guys too long here. And by the way, they always I'm actually a berry picker and also a freezer hunter. Just jokes. I just go down to Walmart where all the processed food is. As you can see, my nice body. My Denny brothers and sisters, my Swampy Cree, my Woodland Cree, my Plains Cree, my Dakota, family. You guys are always family. Having a relationship with you, you gave me so much in the past 7 years. I'm going to continue serving your people. And I'm your hope and I'm your beacon. I want to have you know what? It's about relationship. It's not only about trust. It's getting to know your people, who they are, where they come from. And also, me, I've been digging up on my my family tree. I'm probably almost related to half of the people in here anyways. God bless you all. Mercy to salut ni nanita. Minigitam hey hey.
Good comments and good words there, Mr. Feature Hunter. Next agenda, it's my privilege to an honor to call up Shirley Henderson, PAGC Women's Commission.
I'd like to say a very special good morning this morning to everyone that's in attendance. I'd like to thank the elder for the prayers, the drummers, the singers, for bringing this assembly in a good way. We need those prayers. Those prayers have to help our people. And like I just told Chief Karen Bird, it's going to get better. It has to. But chiefs, especially, we need your help. We know you have a lot to deal with on your plate in your communities. Your people are hungry. They have no place to live. I think we need to work. Our mayor is here, one of our council members. Let's work together. We shouldn't have to drive down River Street and see our people hungry and no place to go. We keep driving. We look at them, wondering, what are we going to do? We have to do something. Let's fill this room. Let's have a workshop on what we're going to do with our people, because I think we can no longer sit back and see our people starving, homeless. We have to come up with some ideas. You know, sometimes you see a tent on River Street. I use that street an awful lot because my daughter lives that way, so I travel that street. We go to Tim Hortons. Where do we see the people begging, asking for a sandwich? I saw a young girl one day digging into the garbage at Wendy's. This is not right. You know, please, I'm asking for help for our leaders. And please ask your leaders, what can we do to help? We have to help one another. We can't expect our leaders to do it alone. Our elders think back to the days when they were hungry too, but they survived. You know, so let's get together here. I ask our executive director and our 2 vice chiefs, call a workshop and bring everybody in. Let's discuss this problem, because every year we're up here talking about it, but yet we don't have the answers. But I think if we work together, the answers will come to us. As leaders, as elders, as chiefs, as council members. I too spent 22 years in council, and it's heartbreaking when you have to go to a home where there's been a murder and 3 of your band members have been murdered. That lives with me today. I'll never forget that morning I got the call. You know, so our chiefs need that guidance. They need that help. They need someone to talk to. Our chiefs can't do it alone. And when you see our chiefs going down the wrong trail, please guide them in the right direction. You know, it's so hard. And like I said, Mayor Greg Dion, please come to our table and sit with us. You see the people in Prince Albert. You may have some answers, your council may have some answers, but let's fill up this hall. Let's book it and have a workshop, and let's talk about winter's coming. What are we gonna do with our people? We have to put them somewhere. We can't let them freeze. We had some deaths last year where people had froze to death. Our urban services tried to get a homeless shelter, but they couldn't get a permit to get that shelter going. So we need to do something. But on behalf of the Women's Commission, we'd like to thank you for being here. We'd like to thank you for supporting us. And tonight we're having a banquet, and we're awarding 11 scholarships to women in post-secondary education. Please come out and support your post-secondary students. Show them that you care and that you're going to be there for them. Our students are very poor. They have a hard time surviving. But with the help of all of us, let's work together, and we'll have our banquet starts at 5:30 at Plaza 88. And we're having a wonderful turkey supper at 6 o'clock. So come on out and enjoy the music. We have Justin Burns from James Smith. He'll be singing a few tunes, and a few of the candidates may have a jig or two, and let's have a good time tonight. So with that, thank you all for being here, and I appreciate the help that you have given us. Tinigi.
Okay, thank you, Shirley. Good comments. Moving on agenda. I understand that Chief Carmen is not here this morning. So I wanted to ask the mover and the seconder if it's okay with the mover and seconder to have a Chief Tammy Cook-Shearson say a few words on behalf of Chief Carmen. That's the change on agenda.
Who's the mover, Dina? Who's the mover again?
Okay. Okay, mover was Chief Bird, BBCN, and seconder was Chief Burns, James Smith, Cree Nation. Are you okay with the date? Okay. Thank you, Chief Burns. Chief Karen, are you okay with the change on the agenda for this particular part here? Okay, good. Right on. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Okay, that's so it's good to go with the addition here on the agenda. So this time I'd like to call up Chief Tammy Cook-Shearson to the podium to say a few words on behalf of Chief Carmen.
Good morning. I'm really honored to bring greetings on behalf of Chief Bobby Cameron from FSIN. He couldn't be here with us this morning in his home community, so our thoughts and prayers are with his family and also the ones that are going through losses in our communities. And I want to thank everyone on behalf of FSIN. Chief Bobby sends his regrets that he couldn't be here. He did do a pre-recorded speech a minute ago because I didn't know I was going to speak for him, but I don't want to play it in case it doesn't. I didn't get a chance to listen to it, but he just wanted to say thank you to each and every one of you, to all the chiefs, the delegates, the knowledge keepers, the elders, the ones that lifted the pipe. And thank you to the speakers. It's a real honor to be here at Prince Albert Grand Council, and just wish you all a wonderful gathering here. It's nice of us to get together. Sometimes we feel alone, and this morning as we were coming into the grand entry, I couldn't help but think how strong we are together, like how imamo into like we're from the north. We're stronger together, and sometimes we feel alone, but we're not. We're all here. When something happens in our communities, we go and support each other when something major happens. So thank you for that. And I felt the strength of our Prince Albert Grand Council here, all the different nations that we represent. To see that. And this is actually the first assembly where my dad is not here. Usually he was always a delegate, Charlie Cook, so I couldn't help but think about him too, and I'm really grateful that my mom, Miriam, is here with us as a delegate. And to all our delegates, thank you so much for agreeing to come with us to help us, because I was thinking, without your help and without your support here, we wouldn't be able to carry on this business. And it's so important for us to, we have so many big issues to work on and so many things that impact us. And for us to come together, and we have so many issues to work on. So let's continue to work together and put our differences aside for the betterment of our communities. And I wish each and every one of you a wonderful day, and thank you to all the workers that have put this all together for us. To pull this all together and to make sure everybody's looked after and everything is organized, it takes a lot of coordinated effort, and thank you to all the workers that work tirelessly. So let's give them all a round of applause and say thank you to all the workers. Igo sige na nas kumit na kahit daw miduma mo apig igo minay nigiskisto tawana nagnis na ni kahit daw ka timagi demo chig mi gots ta demisui ni gap mohti chig ani mina ako siga mo go ka hus chig igo mina wigo ga hus chig ani nigiskisto tawa ko igo si tinigi gotagi na nas kumit na. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Cook Shearson. Okay, this time we have another addition on the agenda. So this time I'll go to mic number 6, Chief Karen Bird. Mic 6.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. I'd like to add to the opening remarks our Veterans Association, our President, Emil Highway.
Okay. Yeah. Is that okay? The mover is, I mean the seconder, sorry. Seconder, are you okay with that? Chief Burns is okay with that? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to call up veteran Emil Highway to the podium.
You could say, Nigani going to Nascomit now, so they packet Nignis that the big squeeze the more. So I can see that neither Ogagido. President of Prince Albert District, my name's Emil Highway. Naskamog Minani, Mr. Magwagixi, Tom Scott Nagagido. Okay, Mag, Napiog, Squirgo, and Igana Pitchuk in our communities. It was the elders who was to skip months ago at Titnyap Mago to Mother Sami Chit, senators. It was to Kispino, and I apologize, but it's good to see everybody. It shows that you're concerned about the well-being of our communities. I'd like to commend the leadership of PAGC for putting this on together every year. It's badly needed that we link arms and try and go forward for the betterment of our people and our communities. Thank you very much. I wanted to I want to ask Chief Karen Bird. I want to thank Chief Karen Bird, I should say, for putting me in the agenda on short notice, because she too feels that Aboriginal people who serve this country deserve to have their voices heard, and they have concerns. We have concerns, and I'll try and make it brief. I made up some notes here, and I'll try and follow my notes and add some of my own as we go along. The Saskatchewan First Nations Veterans Association was formed way back. Stephen Ross and I were just talking about it over there. And concerned veterans who came back from the First World War, Second World War. Some of them you know them, David Knight and on those guys, I can't off the top of my head remember all of them, but there was 5 of them who started the Brotherhood, Saskatchewan Brotherhood, and it became the FSIN, and from there, the Assembly of First Nations. But I'm going to start reading off my notes, and this is the concerns that we spoke about at a past meeting at the Saskatchewan First Nations Veterans Association. The question we asked ourselves was, what changes do we need to propose to Veterans Affairs Canada? It begins with the idea that the relationship Canada has with veterans, the things that Veterans Affairs does and beyond Veterans Affairs to support veterans. We're talking about Ottawa here. It's not about doing anybody a favor, but it's about keeping a promise that Canada made to Aboriginal veterans. When somebody puts up their right hand and writes a blank check to the Dominion of Canada, they are making an open-ended promise to our country. The country, in return, makes a promise that is supposed to last not only during their time in uniform, but for the rest of their lives. And Ottawa is falling down on those promises in far too many ways. Part of the problem is the bureaucracy of the Veterans Affairs Canada. There are wonderful people, public servants, just like we have in PAGC, the staff, taking care of veterans in the Veterans Affairs Office. And the FN, of course, and the FSIN do their utmost to help veterans right here in Saskatchewan. But in Ottawa, the process in the upper levels is so bureaucratic, and the pay is not, more than likely, not always competitive. Is it because there are hundreds of critically needed vacancies that need filling? Many vets have earned Veterans Affairs care, but have not actually been brought onto the system. We've been passed over. The mental health system needs fixing in the Veterans Affairs. And we need better support, including some who are ineligible for care because of issues we now know as service-connected. And we're talking about injuries not only in the First World War, Second World War, Korea, or on peacekeeping missions. We were sent to 35 different countries on peacekeeping missions. And of course, those who served during the Cold War, overseas in Germany. The mental health system needs fixing in the Veterans Affairs, and we need better support, including some who are ineligible for care, like I was just mentioning, because of issues we know are service-connected. Related to something like PTSD, that's post-traumatic stress disorder, that just didn't have a name for previous generations like myself, like I'm 81 years old now. In those days, they didn't have psychologists or psychiatrists, so when we came back, not only with physical injuries, but mental problems. We need to do a better job in all of these fronts. We need to have better communications between Ottawa and the Veterans Affairs, especially when it comes to medical information. I believe a lot of these systems don't talk to each other. When you make a phone call, there's nobody in Ottawa to pick up that telephone to listen to your concerns. The person in charge of that coordination should be seated in Parliament. That is a good way to have our calls returned. Part of the problem is on the technology side, part on the care side. Many veterans get care outside the Veterans Affairs. We need to make sure we deliver quality medical care to those that need it, so everyone has a quality medical option when they need help. And we got to support veterans not only in terms of the care they receive, but empowering them to contribute more. I think it's frustrating to veterans to feel like it's frustrating to me being talked about sometimes as a problem to be taken care of instead of this incredible resource to be competed over that our veterans can bring to our communities. I was in the engineers at one time. There are many veterans who came back to Civic Street with qualifications that we could have used in our communities, such as heavy equipment operators, guys who drove tanks, guys who drove and took care, maintained armored vehicles, for example. It's an incredible resource to be competed over that our veterans can bring to our communities, but aren't always seen that way. Besides the websites and the pamphlets and the benefits, to make sure our communities do a better job of finding a way beyond. Thank you for your service. And truly extend that hand to us who are disoriented by the transition from the military community to the civilian community. Most civilians don't understand the gravity, the seriousness of the decision to ask someone to go into harm's way. It isn't theoretical, it's personal when you do that. Our troops will do anything that is required of them. And when you have seen what these people give, then you never think of decisions the same way. And this is mostly addressed to the politicians. I spoke in Ottawa one time to the politicians in Ottawa, in a theater that we had a meeting at. These decisions are made in the Prime Minister's office decision room. Our troops and their families deserve someone who understands what is at stake. You know, the remarkably high proportion of Indians who served came from the lowest income families in this country. Rarely, if ever, you'll see a millionaire son in the trenches standing beside you. It's usually the poor people who fight and die for the beliefs, for the protection of the democracy of this country. Part of what we as Aboriginal soldiers experienced was the opportunity to serve with people who were so different from us, different from me, and from your brothers, your uncles, your grandfathers. They didn't care if I was Indian, white, liberal, NDP, rich or poor. They just cared if I could do my job. I'm not saying military service is for everybody. We need generally, as a country, need more shared experiences to work together, to give us that connection, that touchstone that brings us out of those silos, those bubbles that we can get into as Canadians, and remind us how to trust and rely on one another. That is the first step towards reconciliation. Mercy Joe, make watch, dinner.
Thank you, Emil, for the Veterans Association address. Next on agenda, this time I'd like to call up His Worship Mayor Greg Dion, City of Prince Albert.
Thank you. Elders, senators, drum group chiefs, delegates, welcome to the beautiful city of PA. I'm joined here by my colleague, Councillor Cody. When we go travel together, I always introduce ourselves as the two mayors. He's wisdom and knowledge, and I'm the young guy. But it's good to have him because he has history, and lots of times that's what we need when we move forward. We have to understand the history before we move forward. I would like to sort of invite myself into some of the things that I've heard. And I've heard the chief say that we have to have a meeting together to solve our problems. We need to be part of that meeting because sometimes we are part of the problem. Like when we take action in our police department to get on the gangbangers, where do they go? They go back to the reserves. So that doesn't solve the problem. It makes the problem bigger. I was very blessed. A few years ago, I got to tour by plane some of your communities in the north, and we asked them what we could do for you. One thing we are doing is we're renovating our cargo space at the airport. We're putting X-ray machines in to control what gets on those planes and goes north, because that's part of the problem. It's a feeder. But I got to tell you, it's a challenge. When someone wants to smuggle something into the north, I'll share with you some of our encouragements. So I went out and I said, okay, what did we find today? We found big boxes of Sunlight detergent. They hold 226s, and then you can pour the detergent back in and seal the top. It was interesting to see. And then I said, well, how did we collect the drugs? Well, today, how we caught them, they were in potato chip bags. They'd open up the potato chip bags, put it in, and resealed them. So they were carrying them on, you wouldn't think anything of it. So it's quite a game. And I was really pleased that we're continuing it. We're going to make it tighter. But when we do that, sometimes it moves out of our area. And we don't want that. We want to solve it. We are the hub of the north, and we don't want to pass our problems on to somebody else. I do have some good news. I am also the president of the Prince Albert Exhibition. So welcome to our beautiful facility. We have made a deal again with the Grand Council We will be opening October 15th, the shelter, which will be underneath the grandstand, and we've expanded it this year to 30. We usually have 20. We've expanded it to 30. And so that's going to help us. But we continue to struggle both with the provincial and federal government. What we need is, we don't have to keep pushing the problem around. We have to start building facilities so we can help them. Like, some people say you have a homeless problem. I said, no, we don't. We have a drug and mental health problem, which relates to homelessness. So if you treat them, a perfect example is Alberta. You go to a drug treatment there, it's 90 days. In Saskatchewan, it's 28. You're not cured after 28. We went and spoke to the ones that had 90 days, and they were just barely surviving through. So we have to be better. So I'm reaching out to you and say we want to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. And I look at it this way too. I usually don't use the word problem because we don't really have problems. We have challenges. And if we work together, we can get over those challenges. And sometimes the challenges are the same. You know, one of the things the government does do to us, all of us, is control funding. And when they control funding, they think they have the right to make our decisions. And that's not right. You should never use anything to get your way. So I again extend my arms out. I'd be pleased to come to your meetings to see what we could do and to help you. I still struggle with the government. I just spoke to them, and I'm just still amazed that we have boiled water orders. Boiled water orders, I just find that amazing. We live in 23. We should all be drinking good, clean, potable water. And for 10 years, I've been mayor for 10 years. For 10 years, the government says we're going to fix the water problem. Well, they haven't done much. You know, they built a few new plants in our area. I acknowledge that, and I thank them for that. But we need much more. One thing that shocked me when I toured the north, the power bills. I don't know how you guys can pay your power bills. 2 of you have to work for one of you, your check can go to the power bill. And what upsets me about SaskPower is we own it. It's a crown corporation. It should be working for us. We shouldn't be working to make them survive. They've got it wrong. But we also want to be your voice. Because if we became one voice from PA North, look at the power we have. We have over 70% of the province in. People don't realize that. We on the north carry a lot of geographical areas. And that's how sometimes they beat us up, because like the chief says, you got to drive 4 hours to see your friends. But we're used to that. It's just like if you play hockey, you're going to know what a bus looks like, because that's how we play. We play on buses. We go from home to home. So I could talk forever. I'm not going to. But I would also acknowledge something, because lots of times people don't get thank you. I want to thank the chiefs, the team from the Grand Council. We sometimes have some not very pleasant meetings. And I applaud them for that, because sometimes things have to be said, and we're moving forward. I'm pleased to announce today, thanks to Sturgeon Lake buying some more property, we now have 65 acres of urban reserves within our corporate boundaries. And I thank you for that, because it's all economic development. And that's what it's about, employing our young people, giving them jobs. And that's why we're working hard to get the University of First Nations here. And one of the reasons we're fighting that is their campus is in Regina, but we actually have more students in PA than they have in Regina. So, and we are the horn of the north. So that's where it should be, because I'll give you an example. The University of Saskatchewan, they were hoping this year to have 350 students. They now have 500. And you go there, the nursing program, the young First Nations ladies are so happy because they're here, they got their support group, they got their relatives. You go send them to Saskatoon, Regina, those are big cities. I even get frustrated with them now, and I grew up in Saskatoon, but I've been here for 35 years. So I just want to thank everyone. I want to acknowledge you. You have a tough decision the next day or two, because you're going to pick a new leader. So think hard and vote with your heart and your minds and your community. And with that, I want to thank you, and I'd like to remind you, I end my speech the same way, And you can't spell paradise without PA. So thank you.
Thank you there. Mayor Dion. Next on agenda, it's my privilege to call upon Lana Ross. She's the MLA for Prince Albert Northcote.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My colleague Jim LeMaig and I, MLA for Athabasca, are very, very honored to be joining you here today on behalf of Premier Scott Moe and the Government of Saskatchewan. I would like to thank the elder this morning for that very, very touching blessing that he gave this assembly. And I would also like to thank the drummers and the singers for participating today too. Thank you to the vice chiefs, all the chiefs that are here today, for all the elders, the senators, for the dedication and leadership that you provide to all members of your nations. And thank you to the elders for your prayers and ongoing efforts that you continuously do, and the efforts that you make to pass on your experiences, for your culture and your knowledge. Your wisdom enriches all of northern Saskatchewan communities represented on this council, and it greatly benefits our city, our province, and our country. The ingenuity and wisdom of Indigenous people and cultures know no bounds, especially in sharing of land and resources. This same generosity unites Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, making us all treaty people, and responsible not only for this set land, but for ourselves as individuals, for our families, and for our communities. Our government continues to support and work with Prince Albert Grand Council and your leaders on a variety of issues, including collaboration on the redevelopment of the Prince Albert Victoria Hospital to provide culturally appropriate and safe care for all people. PAGC signed a letter of intent with the Saskatchewan government and a contribution agreement with the federal government to establish a public safety implementation team responsible for overseeing a feasibility study for self-administered policing in the communities. Initiatives to identify gaps in missing person tools, including the development of the Embracing Life app, inspired by a northern youth at a workshop right here in Prince Albert. Truth and reconciliation, we know, is more than just acknowledging the land. It is about understanding the past. It is about moving forward towards the future by developing a partnership of respect and by working towards healing for everyone from all walks of life. As the MLA for Prince Albert Northcote, it has been my honor to join you again this year. Thank you to this assembly, and thank you everyone for attending.
Okay, for the next item, I'm going to pass it on to my deputy speaker here.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's still morning. Next part of this agenda here is the swearing-in ceremony for the PAGC Senator. At this time here, I'd like to ask the Chief from Black Lake and his councillors, Corinne Saizi, and your councillors to please join us in the front here. And of course, our new Senator for the Prince Albert Grand Council, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Roy Head. Victor Head. Oh, sorry, here we go. Victor Senior Ecod. Oh, I'm really nervous, but so I'm sorry. Victor Ecod, please come up to the front. Ecod. And the council and chief from Black Lake. We'd also like to call upon Senator Roy Head.
No, it's...
Is this mine?
No, I'm doing
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Okay, SMI is going to be, Mr. Tassani is going to be reading the oath. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I am a little bit nervous. I'm a green thumb. I'm rookie at this. But I promise you I'm going to get better in the next 5 minutes. Okay.
Do you have an extra copy?
Once again, this is our swearing-in ceremony for the Prince Albert Grand Council Senator, Senator Victor Ecod. Joining our new senator will be the Chief and Council from the Black Lake First Nation, Chief Corinne Saizi, and her council. Chief Tassani, take it away.
Masi, so I have with me former chief from Black Lake, elder, always been advocating in the community in the north, likes to play fiddle music and entertain his community for a very long time. But I know Victor since I was very young. He was good friends with my dad and my family. And I know he'll bring good ideas to the Grand Council and to support his community and the leadership moving forward. So with that, I'll help our new Senator, PAGC Senator Victor Eckhoff, Senior, with reading of the oath for the PAGC. So I'll read it and maybe Victor can follow. I, Victor Eckhoff Senior.
I, Victor Eckhoff Senior.
Of the First Nation community of Black Lake in the Athabasca sector in the province of Saskatchewan.
Of the First Nation community of Black Lake and in the Athabasca sector in the province of Saskatchewan.
Have been appointed to the PAGC Senate.
Have been appointed to the PAGC Senate.
Pursuant to the PAGC Senate Act of the Prince Albert Grand Council.
Pursuant to the PAGC Senate Act of the Prince Albert Grand Council.
Swear to solemnly affirm that.
Swear or solemnly confirm that.
Affirm that. I am legally qualified, able, and willing to act as a Senate member, that I will act faithfully in the capacity without partiality,
yeah.
fear, favor, or affection.
I am legally qualified, able and willing to act as a Senate member, that I will act faithfully in that capacity without partiality, fear, favor, or affection.
I will formalize myself with the Prince Albert Grand Council Senate Act.
I will familiarize myself with the Prince Albert Grand Council Senate Act,
PAGC Election Act,
PAGC Election Act,
PAGC Act,
PAGC Act,
and the PAGC Convention Act, and all other pertinent documents.
No. Okay, I'm gonna, like a Prince Albert Grand Council Act, PAGC Act, Election Act, PAGC Act, and PAGC Convention Act, and all other pertinent documents.
I will forfeit any right I may have to participate in any Prince Albert Grand Council election, by-election, whether as a candidate, nominator, seconder, or voter for the term of my position.
I will forfeit any rights I may have to participate in any Prince Albert Grand Council election, by-election, whether as candidate or nominator, seconder or voter for the terms of my appointment.
And that is the oath for the PAGC Senate Act. So if I can get Karen and Victor to sign their legal documents. It is approved. It's been stamped, signed. So welcome Victor Eckhoff Sr. to the PAGC Senate. Give him a hand. So we'll just do a quick photo op. And okay, we'll get the chief and the councillor to honor him with the star blanket. And then we're going to get John to do a quick drum song to honor Victor, and we'll do the photo op right away. So with that, if we want to acknowledge him, maybe have a quick shake hands.
You're not going to get in there?
sometimes it does.
Hello, Senator Roy Head here. I'd just like to welcome Victor to the Prince Edward Crown Council Senate on behalf of the council, behalf of the senators over there. So let's give him a hand, a new PAGC senator.
It's going to take a bit, yeah. Should we just get them to lunch now, or?
Tell them, well, people are shaking hands with the new senator. Lunch is ready. And prayers were said this morning for the entire assembly, so we don't have to say that.
Okay.
Sometimes I get ahead of myself. Was there, did they call it prayers for the food?
I'm sure they did. Okay.
Yeah. Well, if people are shaking hands, make your way to the, some of the prayers have been said already. Dale?
Okay, all right. So it is now lunch hour there, ladies and gentlemen. So what we're going to do at this time here, we're going to take a break. We're going to have a lunch break here. A short one at that, about 30 minutes or so. We'll have a 30-minute lunch break. So what we're going to do at this time here is come and shake your hands with the new senator, and then make your way to the dinner table. Blessing of the food has already been done this morning at the pipe ceremony. So that is, we are good to go for our afternoon lunch. And it's going to be a short lunch, so please be back at around 12:30. And we'll continue on with the agenda, starting with the review of the assembly procedures. That's where I come in. And we'll be making some motions and whatnot. So. Enjoy your lunch, everyone, and we'll see you in 30 minutes. Yeah, just grab your food, line up, take as much as you need, don't take it all.
Wait, they're going to pray first. Well, they just bless their food, yeah.
Okay. Just hold up for 1 second. I guess they are going to do a smudge and a prayer for our lunch.
Yep,
Dennis, thank you so much for that. Once that protocol is done, enjoy your meal. Just line right up there, and once again, thank you so much, Dennis, for that prayer and the smudge of our blessing of the food.
Hopefully I'll get checks today.
This is a busy day. Ken, Jean, no, Jay.
April, I
Jay,
sent it to April.
okay, April, and Alana. Those are the ones that'll get things done today. They're in the office. Always a pleasure. All right, let's see it. Is this, do you know anything about the tributes? Is this all that we have for tributes from Cyril, or is there something on the screen? Or we just simply read this? Do we need servers? Just keep an eye out for elders who are not being served yet. They will need to be served. So all our young people, keep an eye on those elders. They might need to be served. Keep an eye out. This is all I need to read, though, right? Yeah. And you'll have a picture up on there?
We'll have all of it exactly the way we did it, and the
This is the way you give it.
Okay, I better give you a different one.
I looked through my information there.
If you give me that one, I'll sort it. If you give me that one, I'll sort it.
That's unmanageable, actually.
It was for me too.
Yeah.
So I didn't put anything for your opening remarks?
No, I'll do my own opening remarks.
I just want to make sure we're matching here.
On the screen right now, you'll see some very important people. They are no longer with us, but they played a very important role in their own First Nation, also with the Prince Albert Grand Council. And each year, we have a tribute to those people who have made a significant contribution to the Grand Council and to all 12 First Nations of the Grand Council, and sometimes to all of Saskatchewan and Canada. And we have some of those people each year. And we have 5 of those people that we would like to acknowledge this year. And they are on the screen, and we have information being brought forward that I will read related to each one of them. But you probably know who they are. One is Shirley Bighead. One is Michael Charles. One is Donald Perry Burns. One is Calvin Bird. And one is Benjamin Earl Wadidika. There is more information coming, and I shall be reading that information to you as a tribute to those people. So there's nothing more for these. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Got my binder.
Yeah. So if they want it, right over there. Okay. You know, I know all the yeah, but I know all these people, and I can expand on what's here. But I don't know Donald Perry Burns. I can't expand on him. Yeah. Right. Okay. How many years, you know? If you want translation services or headphones, over here to my left, where you see all the we have all the translation services available. If you want translation services from Cree and for Cree and Dene. Okay.
Follow it exactly page by page, and we'll be okay.
Yes.
You can condense it, and I did my best. Yeah, and
You know what?
so some of the speaking notes go on to the next pages.
Yeah, I can use this. Do you have a list of all our programs? Yeah, that would be great. List of all of our programs and all the programs in the programs. That's all I need. Just give me that list, and that'll be good enough. List of all our programs and whatever programs they have under them. That'll be fine. Sure, thank you. Okay, well, most of you have your lunch. I want to do some acknowledgements here. One of the people first and foremost, we have Shirley Bighead. Craig, I know it's tough days for you. I hope that we bring some more pride to your name, to her name, and to all the things that she did for your family and for the community in the First Nation of Sturgeon Lake. I believe, Craig, that Shirley was the one and only Director of Health for Sturgeon Lake for 32 years. Shirley Bighead was the one and only for 32 years in Sturgeon Lake. 32 years, Shirley Bighead. She's been known in the Prince Albert Grand Council area for her leadership in health. She's been known for her leadership in all of northern Saskatchewan in health. She's been known for her leadership in all of Saskatchewan First Nations for her leadership in health. She had a clear view and vision for First Nation health. And there was no component or element of health that she did not see clearly with First Nation perspective. She did so much, and she was still in a project for birthing in Sturgeon Lake when she left us, and that project has become fulfilled. All the projects that she's been part and parcel of, not only in Sturgeon Lake, but in the Grand Council and in FSIN and even in Canada. So, as a tribute, could you give a round of applause for this wonderful woman, for her leadership, Shirley Bighead. Thank you, Craig. We have another fellow from Lac La Ronge Indian Band who worked in housing and technical services at PAGC for a long time. 20 years, I believe, maybe more than that. I could stand to be corrected. Michael Charles. Michael was like an icon for PAGC health, of housing and technical services. You'd see him all the time. You'd say, what does that guy do here? You know, he was one of the best IT technicians we had. He could do so much with the computer equipment, designing houses, infrastructure. He was a wizard. But on May 25th, 2022, Michael left us, and we were sorry about that. He'd been with us so long, and he did so much for us. So if you would put your hands together in remembrance of Michael Charles. Thank you, Michael. We have another guy that worked with Housing and Technical Services for a long time. Now, over 25 years. Again, another person that you expect to see working there every day you go there, or hear about him every day that you go there or call over. He's been well known by almost every community in Prince Albert Grand Council. He was out there visiting, fixing, getting to know everyone. He will be missed by all the people that he worked with. And that's pretty well all the Grand Council. He's been around. The people that have been with the Grand Council for so long will be missed by all of the Grand Council. They will be particularly missed by their department that they worked in. Calvin worked with that department, and he will be missed. Calvin was around everywhere. Calvin was from Montreal Lake, and he was a great technician. He was a great friend. He had a great sense of humor. If you put your hands together in memory of Calvin Bird. Thank you, Calvin. There's another fellow from Wapayton, fellow that, I've known for a long, long time. He's worked in health for a long, long time as well. Some people knew him as Ben. He preferred Earl, but Ben or Earl Wadidika had a good, quiet sense of humor. He saw the world in a very quiet way, a humble man. He always had great opinions, wonderful contributions to determining how to best serve First Nations, his own First Nation of Wapayton, of course, but his contribution to working with his fellow directors at Prince Albert Grand Council. As he was fighting his illness, he'd often phoned me quite a few times and said that he'd be back and that he would be fighting this disease and winning. And that's how you have to do it with this disease, of course. Earl put up a great battle. He made a great contribution to his community. He made a great contribution to the Prince Albert Grand Council. If you can put your hands together in memory of Benjamin Earl Wadidika. Thank you, Ben. For a long time, we've had the PAGC Men's Spiritual Healing Lodge working. Takes a special person to work there. The people they work with come from the penitentiary. They come from the penitentiary there because they have fulfilled their path to healing there. They no longer have to be behind bars, but they need to be somewhere. And that somewhere was created by the Prince Albert Grand Council. The 12 First Nations decided that they would create a place for people from the penitentiary to heal. And when the chiefs were discussing this back in the 90s, they said, there will be no bars and there will be no guards. And that's what they built. This healing lodge is a prison, supposedly a prison, with no bars, no fences, and no guards. So Donald Perry Burns from James Smith will be lovingly missed by his wife, Cavia, and kids. But he was one of those special people who had, it takes to work in that kind of environment where somebody wants to make the transition back to home. And Perry had the ability to work with those kind of people because he too wanted that to happen. Donald will be missed by his colleagues at the Spiritual Healing Law. Donald will be missed by the Prince Albert Grand Council. Donald will be missed by James Smith Cree Nation. And Donald will be missed by the Prince Albert people. So, if you put your hands together in memory of Donald Perry Burns. Thank you, Donald. Thank you. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll have the speaker take over here very soon. But I have to know what's on the board. I need to know what's on the screen. I wonder if you can turn that screen. Huh? I can't. See it. Oh, well. Huh? Soon. Yeah, soon. Okay.
Check, check. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch just as much as I did. And we are going to be moving along here, the second half of our day number 1 for the Prince Albert Grand Council Assembly. For those of you who don't know, my name is Dale Daniels, and I'm originally from Sturgeon Lake First Nation, currently residing in Saskatoon and here in Prince Albert as well. And I've been asked to be the Deputy Speaker, basically Wendell's sidekick. And I gotta admit, it is quite nerve-wracking up here to be amongst chief and councils from all the communities within the Grand Council. So bear with me if I do, and when I will make some mistakes, but I'm pretty sure that things will go smooth. Okay? So having said that there, I'm going to move along to the review of the Assembly procedures with our Speaker Wendell Head and the Deputy Speaker Dale Daniels. We'll be talking about the office of the Speaker, the rules of the Assembly, and the resolution procedure. Okay, so here we go. So the duties and the responsibilities of the speakers. The following are the relevant sections of the Prince Albert Grand Council Act. Section 2.16 states that the Speaker of the Annual Assembly means the person appointed on an annual basis by the Council of the Chiefs as Speaker of the Annual Assembly. Part 6, the Annual Assembly. 6.1 states that the Council of Chiefs shall be members of the Annual Assembly and shall appoint the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Annual Assembly. The duties of the Speaker, that's Wendell, shall be to chair the Annual Assembly, B, to maintain order at the Assembly following the Roberts Rule of Order, C, to entertain motions or resolutions properly before the Assembly, and D, to confirm the status of motions and resolutions before the Assembly. Most motions are prepared in advance. New or amendment motions will be prepared for you by the Resolution Committee. The agenda is prepared in advance, and if you show up a little early, half hour should be sufficient. That's us. On the first day, the Assembly, we can review all the same with you. All right, so that is our role here as the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. Now, moving on to the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, the Senator Allen Bird Memorial Center, which is actually here. We're at the, what is this place? Yeah, the Prince Albert Exhibition Center. So the office of the Speaker, and that's Wendell. The Speaker of the Assembly shall be the presiding officer for this Assembly. From the opening call to order until the final adjournment, the Speaker shall control all proceedings. In order to do this, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker shall be completely non-political with regards to all issues, which means we can't campaign. We can't run. Just kidding. Speakers shall not participate in discussions. Their role is to control discussions so as to make the best use of the limited time that is available. Number 1, the responsibilities of the office of the Speaker is to ensure that the following are in place. A, recording staff and technicians, to my left, to my right. Administration staff in the front. And the resource staff, legal advisors and technicians. Number 2, the Deputy Speaker, that's me. Number 3, the Assembly Coordinator and Registration Coordinator, up in the front. Number 4, the Resolution Committee. And number 5, the Media and Press Release. The duties of the Speaker. The Speaker shall ensure that all preparations for the Assembly are completed before the start of the Assembly. Number 2, the Speaker shall ensure that the Registration Committee and all conference staff know their functions and carry out their assigned duties. Number 3, the Speaker shall assign duties to the Deputy Sheriff. And number 4, the Speaker shall govern the Assembly by the rules set out under the Rules of the Assembly. And here are the rules of the Assembly, starting with number 1. All morning sessions of the Assembly shall be called to order. The sessions will start with a pipe ceremony at 8 a.m. each morning, followed by a grand entry on the first day and a grand march out on the last day. Number 2, all business of the Assembly shall start at 9 a.m. promptly each day. Number 3, all persons in the Assembly area shall be registered as delegates, elders, senators, observers, staff, or media. Number 4, a quorum must consist of a majority of the registered delegates who are present when the meeting has been called to order by the Speaker. Delegates' totals shall be provided to the Speaker by the registrations coordinator promptly after the call of the Assembly at each session. Number 5, decisions shall be made in as much as possible by consensus or general agreement. A positive vote of 51% of the voting delegates and proxy representatives registered shall constitute a decision. Number 6, official delegates must be chiefs or proxy representatives authorized by a First Nations or band resolution from the chief and council. The headman of each shall have 1 vote. Number 7, only delegates or their designated spokesperson may address the Assembly. And number 8, when space limitations require, official delegates shall be allowed priority access to the main seating area. Number 9, when addressing the Assembly, delegates of the spokesperson must identify themselves and the First Nations or bands government which they represent. Number 10, delegates or a designated spokesperson must speak only to the topic of the discussion with the allotted time and should be confined themselves to an immediate focus on the topic. Number 11, when speaking on an issue, the initial speaker shall be allowed 10 minutes for a representation of the issue, and each additional delegate speaking to the issue shall be allowed 5 minutes. Following discussion, the initial speaker shall be allowed 5 minutes to further address the issue. Number 12, all resolutions must be submitted to the resolution committee, which will assist the mover and seconder to present the motion in proper form. See the resolution procedure. And number 13, security must be maintained at a high level to avoid disruption during the Assembly. Number 14, no alcohol or drugs shall be allowed into this Assembly. No one under the influence will be allowed into the Assembly whatsoever. And number 15, First Nation delegates addressing the Assembly are encouraged to speak bilingual, using both English and their First Nation language. And finally, we're moving on to the resolutions procedure. The resolution procedure are as follows. Number 1, the role of the resolution committee is to assist the movers and seconders of resolutions in presenting them in a proper manner. Number 2, any draft resolutions must have a mover and a seconder from the voting delegation before it is presented by the resolution committee. And number 3, all draft resolutions must be given to the resolutions committee prior to being presented on the floor of the Assembly. And number 4, in order to ensure that the content of the draft resolutions is clear, The chairperson of the Resolutions Committee will be available to discuss them with the mover and the seconder, and, if necessary, to revise the draft resolutions before they are finalized. Number 5, a decision will be taken as soon as possible after any debates related to the issue dealt with in the draft resolution. And finally, number 5, the resolution procedure. The mover and the seconders, the draft resolution must be present in the assembly room when the draft resolution are being presented and discussed. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the roles and responsibilities of the Speaker, Mr. Wendell Head, and the Deputy Speaker, myself, Dale Daniels. That is our roles and our responsibilities, as well as the office of the Speaker, the rules of the Assembly, and the resolution procedure. Okay, we are now about ready to move on to the annual Assembly motions. That is on tab number 2 on your handouts, and I do believe on the big screen as well. I do believe we have 11 motions this afternoon. Correct me if I'm wrong. Looks like 10, yeah, 11 motions. Okay, so those delegates who have a white tag, like this one, are the voting members. You are the voting members only. When a motion is made, we are going to need a mover, a seconder, all in favor, opposed, and abstentions. If you hold a white card, you are the delegated voter for the motions. And your hand must remain up until the count has been done, and we will move along as such. So without further ado, we are moving on to the agenda. Okay. Okay, the PAGC Management Company Limited financial statements. So that's what we're going to do. I apologize. We're going to call upon Jean Durr and Keith Fonstad for MNP and LLP. After this, then we'll present the motions. Okay, back on track. Told you I was going to make a few mistakes. Okay, Jean, welcome.
Thanks.
Okay, so that's you.
Hey, good afternoon, chiefs, councilors, elders, senators, delegates, and guests. Again, this year we didn't have time to complete our audited financial statements, so I'll just present again the preliminary financial statements, same as last year. Our auditor from MNP, Keith Fonstad, is here, and he'll talk about the audit progress so far. We haven't really provided him with all the records yet for 2023, and then we're still working on multiple years going back, 3 or 4 years beyond that yet. So I'll let Keith speak to our plan on finishing our small entity audits as well as our consolidated audits. Thank you.
Thanks, Gene. Thanks to the elders, the veterans, the senators, chiefs, councilors, delegates for having me here today. As Gene had mentioned, there was just a bit of a status update on the audit of PA Grand Council, which operates under the legal name PAGC Management Company. We have been appreciative of the Assembly appointing MNP and honored that you have considered us to be part of your organization to provide you audit services. And we've been appointed in 2022 and 2023 by the Assembly. I just wanted to give the Assembly an update that we have yet to accept that appointment as we are not yet engaged to work on 22 and 23 since we are still working on the 3 previous years to that. So I just wanted the Assembly to be aware of that situation. As information becomes available from management, we will be available to do the audit procedures and do the audit work. We've been there for the last couple of weeks working, and we will continue to work diligently to help catch up, but it'll be dependent on information coming to us. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Jean, but I just wanted to provide that information to you, to the Assembly. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Keith. Our presentation again today is just the preliminary financial statements that haven't been audited yet. On the screen is just my introductory remarks on the past year. The gross revenues increased quite a bit from 78.7 million up to 93.4 million. Most of that additional funding is for capital projects, and some of that has been deferred to future or this year because they're year-end funding that hasn't been used up yet. So our total deferred funding is about 17 million at the end of March, and that's up quite a bit from the 10 million in the prior year. Again, because the funding agencies, mostly ISC, sent us funds, quite a bit of funds in the end of March. For the 2023 year, the operating deficit is about 1.2 million for 2023, and that's compared to a surplus of 2.7 million in 2022, which was a COVID year. During the last 8 years, we've managed to have a decent recovery of our deficits and also been able to accumulate some surpluses so that at the end of last fiscal year, we had about a $13 million accumulated surplus. And then with the expenditures that we had this year, we've cut into that accumulated surplus, and now we're at about 12.9 million. So that improvement in the financial position has allowed PAGC to provide community investments. One of them is being in the First Nations Summer and Winter Games, so we've contributed in excess of $500,000 that was previously paid by the communities. We also were able to, in partnership with the Hatchet Lake First Nation, purchase the former Days Inn, which will be converted to the Spruce Lodge facility once we get the commercial kitchen and guest lounge completed. After that project is completed and Spruce Lodge is fully operational, we should be able to generate a $2 million surplus every year going forward. So again, with our preliminary financial statement that I'll present some numbers on, I'd like to thank Keith Fonstead and his crew for being at the office for the last month and working diligently on our small entity audits, as well as looking at our consolidated financial records. So with that, we'll turn to the statement of operations on page 3. So on the statement of operations, most of you probably don't have a handout, but it is on the website. So the total revenue for the year is $93 million, $93.4 million. Total expenditures, $94.6 million. So that gives us an annual deficit of $1.2 million, which added to the previous $13.7 million accumulated surplus ends up with a $12.6 million accumulated surplus at the end of March 2023. So those numbers are after amortization. Our amortization is about $960,000 for the year. So back to the balance sheet on page 2. Our cash position is $4.1 million. Our accounts payable, $17.6 million. Due from First Nations, $3.8 million. And due from the PA Dev Corps, $111,000. The financial investment in the business assets for Spruce Lodge is $5.7 million. On the liability side, we have accounts payable of $2.9 million, $14.6 million is deferred revenue. Due to member First Nations is $5.6 million. A lot of that money came in at year end, and we had to pay it out after year end to First Nations. Current portion of long-term debt is $34,000, so that was paid off in May. So total liabilities of $23 million compared to total financial assets of $25.5 million, plus the investment in the Spruce Lodge facility of $5.7 million, gives us a net assets of $8.1 million. So we have net assets as opposed to net debt, which we had 10 years ago. On the tangible capital assets, our assets are $4.4 million. That includes the purchase of the Margot Fournier Center and the Ponderosa Lodge at Candle Lake for our youth programs. So again, the accumulated surplus at the end of the year is $12,550,000. So we'll skip to the charts at the end of this report on page 23 and 24. So the first chart is comparison of the revenue and expenses. You can see that our total revenue and total expenses is now above $90 million, which was comparable to when we had all the education programs under the Grand Council 3 years ago. The annual surplus, again, is a deficit of $1.2 million. Accumulated surplus is down because the annual surplus was a deficit of $1.2 million. The unrestricted surplus is $8.1 million. Our net assets is the same at $8.1 million. Bank indebtedness is zero now. The receivables are up at $17 million. Payables are up slightly at $2.8 million. Then on the next set of charts, due from member First Nations is at $3.7 million, and then due to member First Nations at $5.6 million. Deferred revenue is about $17 million. And again, our tangible assets, $4.3 million. 34,000 long-term debt. Amortization is $960,000. And again, our tangible assets is $4.3 million, and our equity and tangible capital assets is roughly the same at $4.3 million. So that's a quick overview of the numbers from our preliminary financial statement, and we're working to get our records reconciled so that Keith and his crew from MNP can work on the audit. So thank you.
Check. Thank you, Gene. Thank you, Keith, for the PAGC Management Company Limited financial statements. So we are now going to need a motion to approve the PAGC Management Company Limited preliminary financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2023. Floor is now open for motions. Table number 4.
Make number 4.
A mover for that, please.
Mic 4. Go to mic 4.
Go to mic 4.
Hello, I'll make that motion. Chief McLeod.
Motion made. Chief McLeod. Is seconder.
Mic number 6.
Table number 6.
Chief Bird.
Chief Bird.
Second.
Thank you. We now need all in favor. It's on the floor for discussion, sorry. Discussion. Question's been called.
Mic number 6.
Mic number 6. Sorry, mic number 5. Chief Searson?
Yep.
Pass me this.
Question has been called, so all in favor. Yep. Question has been called.
Question has been called, so we're now ready for a vote. Good. Raise your hand. All those in favor? Please keep your hand up until the count has been completed. I'm just reading it.
This is not a funeral.
65 are in favor. Opposed? No opposed? Nobody? FSIN? FSIN it? Okay, I see none. Abstentions? Please keep your hand up until the count's been completed. We'd like to ask the abstentions if they would like to speak at this time. Mic number 11, Chief Head.
Good afternoon to the Assembly. Yes, the reason why we abstain from this motion, we're not either or, we're just, I guess, it's been happening, for a couple of years now that we don't see a financial audit. And I guess it's getting to a point, that there is a requirement, Gene, Al, the executive, to produce a financial consolidated audit year after year. And it's your responsibility, Gene, Al Descharmes, and the executive, to make sure that we are presented with a consolidated financial statements at this assembly. Your report is just, it almost looks like, you're Gene, you're doing your own financial audit. But it's supposed to be a chartered appointed by this assembly that's responsible to carry out that audit. So I don't know, we didn't have a time, to draft up a motion, Chair, Mr. Speaker, to really, I guess, ask for some transparency and accountability as it relates to the Prince Albert Development Management Company, and make sure, that we have that, an approved chartered accounting system, to produce the financial statement as required. So, Gene, your staff have your work cut out for you. Make sure that you provide the information that our auditor requires. And it can't keep going like this, to have a preliminary report, of the financial statements every year. Back home, chiefs, councillors, delegates, we are required to produce those financial consolidated audits to our membership. And it should be the same thing in this assembly. So I call on the Prince Albert Development, the Grand Council, to produce their financial statements and get caught up. Thank you.
Gene, would you respond to that?
Okay, thank you, Chief. Yes, I hear you loud and clear. I think I've probably been negligent in getting all the information to our auditor, MNP, so that they can look at the complete records and do the consolidated audit for all the years that are missing. So we hope during the next 2.5 months up to Christmas that we can complete all those audits that are outstanding. So thank you again, Chief, for your persuasion and your concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to their abstentions? I see none. And the motion is carried. Thank you, Gene. Any final words, Gene?
No, thank you. Just the next motion is to appoint our auditor for the current year. And again, MNP is in our offices for the last month and will probably be there again until Christmas. So we'd like to have this motion to appoint MNP for our auditors at the end of March 2024. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gene. The next item on the agenda is the motion number 3. And the motion states that Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exposition Center, October 2, 2023. Appointment of auditors for the PAGC Management Company Limited. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the appointment of MNP LLP as the auditors for the PAGC Management Company Limited for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2024. Do I have a mover? Mike? Mic number 1, Chief Saiz. Moved by Chief Corinne Saiz. Mic number 1. Do I have a seconder? Mic number 7, Chief Long John, Churchill Lake Free Nation. Any further discussions on the motion? If not, somebody call question from the floor. Question has been called. All in favor? Raise your right arm. Keep them up as the staff are doing the count. Seventy-four are in favor. Any opposed? I see one. Any abstentions? I see none. Councillor Cook, did you want to say? None? Okay. Mayor, the motion is carried. Moving right along the agenda. The next item. Thank you, Gene, for your information. That's my favorite uncle. So at PAGC. So okay, moving right along on agenda again. Sorry. Mic number 11, Chief Head. Yep. Mic 11.
Wake up. Just Chiefs, councillors, we were given a USB when we were registering here, but they don't work without access to the internet. So can we have access to the internet if somebody knows this, I guess the code that gives us the access to the internet in this assembly? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. We'll have that sorted out. We'll get the staff to hand out the password, the Wi-Fi password.
Thank you, Chief Head. Tina Belche, I'd like to get some information from you. We have quite a few people asking about Facebook or live. And how do we do it? Or our media fellows here. Somebody needs to let us know how to connect. We await your response. Quickly, quickly. Okay, we have Tita and Will. Somebody needs to know. Who knows? Pardon? Oh, there it is. PAX Maine. There it is. Well, we need it here, and there it is. People are asking. There it is. Thank you, Tita, or whoever put that up there.
Okay, there is a Wi-Fi password over by the bathrooms. There's a sign over there.
Okay, what is it?
Right on the wall.
What is the Wi-Fi password?
Wi-Fi password.
There you go. 915? Okay. Please write it down. I guess this has all been put out, but you know, to share this information is the key. Communication in communication is the key. We need to communicate so people will know these numbers. Communication for communication. There we go.
So next on the agenda, we have the Prince Albert Grand Council 2022-2023 annual report presentation.
done by Al Descharnes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I might also address the financial report, Chief Head, absolutely right. That needs to be fully up to date, and it needs to be done very quickly. And I propose to bring this to a Chiefs meeting in the new year as quickly as possible. And see, we will engage Myers, Norris, and Penny, now that we have chosen them to work with us, hopefully, for the day-to-day for the next 2 months, if necessary. They've already worked with us for the past month. We will engage them again for the next 2 months. And we will report to a Chiefs meeting early in the new year to catch it up. And we will share that information with the delegates at this meeting. We will send you copies, all the delegates at this meeting. All right, thank you, Chief. I do want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak to you regarding the 14 programs that you created under the banner of the Prince Albert Grand Council. It's been many years since you created this council, 1983, 40 years. 40 years. And you had many programs come and go. Programs that, originally were offered by your council, but that you took over as you had the capacity to do so. And you did. We talked about education. Jean made mention of it. We did offer a lot of service in education for a lot of years. But you have the capacity to run your own education authority, and you do. That is exactly how it's supposed to happen. And as we continue to offer services, and you wish to take and offer those services on your own, that is exactly how it's supposed to happen. So we feel that that's a win. We miss a lot of the employees, but hopefully you hired them, and in most cases you did. So that's good too. Nobody really lost their job in a lot of ways, so it's great. PAGC still, after losing about 40 or 50 employees as they went to the authorities, still has over 300 employees. Human Resources is a busy department. Karen Timmerman might attest to that. They say that in any organization, the greatest challenge is not the politics or the governments or the organizations you have to work with. The greatest challenge is the people you work with. If you have to make a decision on somebody's future, that's great anxiety. Even more than if you have to step up and blast the government. That's easy. But looking after somebody who works in human resources, who works as an employee and human resources have to deal with is tough. So, and any given day out of the 300 employees, it can be very difficult. So we hope that we don't have to make too many of those decisions, and generally we don't. You can feel good, chiefs and councillors and delegates, that we rather would offer a position than not have one. And to that extent, there's 300 of those positions that you created and we offer. We have 14 departments, as I said: health, justice, and human resources, information technology, finance, women's commission, forestry, housing and tech, childcare, sports, culture, daycare, urban, economic development, agriculture, First Nations governance, treaty nation building, climate change. You know, that's a lot to report on. But I can tell you that each and every one of those departments is a success. Health, you noticed in a major way through the COVID-19 epidemic. You saw how well our health department tried to work with and support all your health departments. And, you know, we got through that problem. Not unscathed, but we got through it. There were some challenges, and there still are. Apparently, COVID-19 is still around. Oh no. But it's not as bad as it was. But our health worked timelessly with all our departments and all our communities to make sure that worked well. They also do other things, many things, too many to report on, but you know, they do environmental health, where they go and look at all our houses to make sure that, you know, there's not too much in terms of bed bugs or respiratory disease because of the status of the house, the status of the house. They go there and check that. And it helps when Housing and Tech look at that information and put together a report that says we need new housing. $200 million worth right now. So health and tech, housing tech are working together. And with you, and with your communities, because that's where they have to go to get that information and work with you so that you have that information. In health, we also have residential school support. Just yesterday, they had a walk from the riverbank to the residential school. Well, it used to be the residential school. Many people still think of it as the residential school. In remembrance, truth and reconciliation, murdered and missing women, uncovered graves of children. They're working in this area. And working so that you'll know, give you the information so that you'll know, and invite people to these gatherings so that we all will know and we won't forget. So health does many things. They also tell you, don't order Kentucky Fried Chicken when you have meetings. Don't do that. Shirley Woods will get up and say, don't do that. Don't you do that. You need to order salad. Okay, Shirley. We all say, I don't want to do that, but you know. That's what her nurses say we should do. And that's their job. And I already talked a little bit about human resources, 300 people. Each and every day they have to deal with a challenge. Every day a challenge would come up. And Karen and Ruth and Christine will have to deal with it. You know, you all know, because you all have to deal with that same kind of challenge too. You know that's the hardest decision to make. They also are prepared to give lessons, education, training to anybody who asks. We also have information technology, IT, the future. That's the future. And there they are. There they are. And they got us a name up there. They got us a connecting. I didn't even know that's what it was because I'm called a Luddite. I'm one of those guys who doesn't know how to use the computer unless I call Will or I call Tina, then they tell me. But they are the future. That is the future. Communication is the future. And they'll provide it. Finance, well, I'm not going to go too into that one. You just heard that one. You just heard that report. And you heard what we declared right here today going into the new year. I don't need to say too much about the Women's Commission either, because Shirley has her gala tonight, and that's evidence enough of what they do. They also have many events of remembrance for missing and murdered women, children. They're in the process of putting up a women's shelter. And you know, it's hard to say, but it's true. It's domestic violence that is driving that women's shelter. Women have to escape the violence. And we need to build a shelter so they can. That's as simple as it is. Let's hope we can change the fact that we don't need a shelter, that our communities won't need that. But that takes work, and that takes a community. So we work with you and with your community to help, and as you work with your own community to change that situation. So we support the Women's Commission and all the things that they do and all that they symbolize. They symbolize much. The mothers, the grandmothers, the aunts, the sisters. Most times those, in all times almost, those are the ones that raised us. And if they raised us, then let's respect that. That in and of itself is enough. So let's support that Women's Commission. We'll go to the gala tonight, and they're going to give out a whole pile of bursaries to students, so they won't be caught in a trap of nothing to do and nowhere to be safe. Forestry, emergency services, and wildfire evacuation. Forestry, Cliff, has been around for so long, 20, 25 years. One of our most successful directors, you know that? He is. And why would you say that? We say that because he has gotten so many contracts from the provincial government. And those contracts have turned into jobs for all our First Nations in the North in forestry. And still working today. Type 1, Type 2, Type 3 forest fire fighters. Initial attack from early spring to late fall, hired. Forest tending. Millions of dollars of contracts this man has literally got for us, and for us, I mean the communities and all the jobs that are created. Then we also have, you know, the wish to have emergency services. It's not like emergency services suddenly came on the scene and people said, we should have that. They always existed. People always searched. They always looked after the people in a flood. They always looked after people in a fire. What has happened now is that we've made that formal within the Grand Council and within every First Nation. That's a formal thing now. Governments like to see things formal, you know, that's how they operate. They want to see things formal. They want some formal agreement. They want an MOU, an IOU, whatever kind of OU you have. That's what they want. Well, give it to them. As long as they give us what we want, and that's the wish to have control of looking after our own people in emergencies, like has always happened for hundreds and thousands of years. So we do have that. Formally, they are formal now. And they're learning how to train for structural firefighting. This is an area that's not funded at all. There's no funding for structural firefighting. You might have a fire truck, but you don't have anybody paid to run that truck. And you don't have anybody paid, you don't have any money coming in to keep that truck maintained. You might have a fire truck, and it might go because your First Nation is dedicated to making it go and puts in their own money. But there's no money for that, and there should be, of course, you know it. There should be. Child Care and Education Center. You know, with child care being one of the most important topics that exist today, the need to look after children, care for children, First Nation families and people looking after First Nation children. Nothing but that. That's the way that it should be, but that's not the way it is. You have a MSS, Ministry of Social Services, looking after 4,000 First Nation children, putting them not necessarily in First Nation homes either. Foster parent homes, white foster parent homes. I'm not saying that those foster parents are bad. They're probably very loving. In most cases, they are. But if you're protecting language and culture, then where should they be? The answer, of course, is in First Nation homes. That's where they should be. Our Child Care and Education Center is dedicated to that. The Ministry of Social Services knows that that's the path, that we have provided a path to First Nation family foster families, and they use us a lot. 40 to 50 children in our place every year, at any time of the month. And sometimes when they take those children, I tell this story every year. Sometimes when they take those children, because it happens every year. Sometimes when they take those children out of our Child Care and Education Center and they put them somewhere, we found a wonderful foster parent, not First Nation, but white. I hate to use that word, but you know, not non-First Nation. That child will run away to come back to Child Care and Education Center. That's how good it is. They now have 7 kugums, 7 grandmothers working there. How can that be bad? They love those kugums, and they'll sit with them and let them cry on their shoulder and cuddle them if they need it. And mean it, because many times they are related. So it makes a difference. How good is that? And that's the way it should be. And that's what we strive to do on your behalf there. And we work with all the child care institutions that you have as well. And keep children for you too there. If you want to move them, we look after them. Urban Services. There's a new building in town. No, it's not new. It's old. Margot Fournier Center, but that's the one that is now Urban Services, Jeff Despins and the crew. They love that building because they could do much more there. SGI driver training, homeless shelter support, employment and labor force training. They have room to do this now. And it's a nice place. And it's another gymnasium where we can have tryouts for sports. And we use it. We don't have to be searching the city looking for more. We use it. ECDEV flow-through. Well, when we had the time when you owned all the hotels in PA, I think we owned 5 at one time, sold them, had an investment fund. Well, that investment fund still exists. Athabasca Basin is looking after it for us, I believe. But there still is, from time to time, it looks like a need for economic development. And that is often a question. But they are looking after the investments, and you still are getting dividends, and that is good. First Nations governance, well, you'll see that in action tonight and tomorrow. First Nation governance, we elect a Grand Chief, then we elect a Vice Chief, then we elect a Vice Chief, then we elect a Grand Chief. That's the way that you wanted it to happen, and that's the way it'll happen. There will be an election tomorrow for the Grand Chief. We have the main office departments of finance, administration, and HR as part of the main part of the governance, working with the 2 vice chiefs and a grand chief, and with you to ensure that everything is okay. When everything is not okay, like not having the audit in time, then it's our responsibility to make sure it is, and that will happen. This gathering is governance. We report to you, you tell us what to do, and we have to do it. We wish to do it, not have to do it. It's been a pleasure letting you know about the main things that we do at Prince Albert Grand Council. Thank you very much, and I'll leave it to our speakers to see if you have any questions or whether you like our report. Thank you. Marce Cho.
Thank you, Al. Al Descharme. Well said and good comments. Okay, moving on right along to the agenda, which is the motion. A motion to accept the presentation from Al Descharme. And the motion reads. What? Mike, oh, okay. Yeah. Motion number 4, Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition Center, October 2, 2023. Prince Albert Grand Council 2023 Annual Report. Move to the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, accept and approve the Prince Albert Grand Council 2023 Annual Report as presented. I believe it's moved by Chief Cook Shearson. Do I have a seconder to the motion? Chief? Yes, thank you, Chief McCurdy. Any further discussions on the motion? Motion's on the floor for discussions. Mic number 7, Chief Long John.
Good afternoon. Thank you, elders, for the pipe ceremony this morning, the elders, all of our senators as well, the chiefs that are here, the council and the delegates. I just have a question on the report. Do we have a hard copy that we can take home to our First Nations?
I guess I'm told that there's been problems with the printer, and they're being printed right now. That they should be here by the end of the day. That's what I got from my deputy here. Any further response, Al, to that Question from Chief Long John.
Yes. We do not have the report here today. It's online? Oh. It's online. We don't have the hard copy here today. It's on the flash drive, but we do not have the hard copy. Okay.
But they're coming.
Huh? They're coming. You have it on the flash drive. Okay. I am corrected. We do have it on the flash drive, thank goodness.
Okay, any further discussions on the motion? Mic number 5, Chief Cook, Searson. Mic 5, please.
Testing. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you so much. On the annual report, it's a very good report, and we are kananas komitnan Prince Albert Grand Council. We want to thank the Prince Albert Grand Council for all the tremendous support that you provide to our communities. We just had a recommendation under forestry because we do have the First Nations fire crews, and with the climate change and the fire seasons going longer, starting earlier, if possible, if Cliff and his team can put a proposal together for firefighters to be on at least a month longer. So that way, and that one's from coming from my band counselors here. They made that recommendation to the Prince Albert Grand Council to have our fire crews, because even this past, even right now we still have fires burning, and it'd be good to have our fire crews out there helping out. So if we could formally put that request in or let us know what we need to do to support that. Thank you.
Good recommendation, Chief, and you know, that's one thing that Cliff was talking about last year. I mean, he was fighting fires. They were fighting fires in the eastern sector in October. So, you know, usually things have calmed down by then, but we'll get a motion ready for the chiefs to pass, and we'll have Cliff starting to negotiate that immediately, but we'll get the chief's motion, and we see a chief's meeting, you know, within a month after this. So we'll make that as a to-do item right away, Chief. Thank you. Further questions?
Okay, thank you, Al. Mic number 10, Chief Whitecap.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Nas ko muna nung ska kapunap tagiskag nas ko muna nagigsip nagigsip ay miyat nas ko nagiteya kami nas ko muna nung tsuto magayag kami tagam siyag kami siyam giya kami siyamut siyag tatu mas naga naman kaimut tamag hemios kaimut siyag ugsis hits ko kay sumagitinim no ka pinakatag ni tigititay nag tatuga ugumagania kauswinia hutstapu ka tskoa ka pisko stamag tumatui gusto ka petag haginas kumuana nung suminga po na tagisag kaya samgayak kapos pamigay na nagmisuna no nas kumagun ko agibnosut hawinigitig nas kumag hutstapu gitim gitig nas kumag ikun man hutstapu ko gusto Hemutay guwag, ganem guwag, sagiwin, sitskagin, haimiyay, niat Kristo. Henas ko mag-ugsis, hamin utatskiok, kaya man sakstano tatskiok man utaristo ka wichitas, tapo ay mani Kristo tatskino aw. Hamin agugap, sawigi ako man utagagitwigit, hamin nas ko mo Kristo. Hen kamusta magwag, tatagigsipaw. Tati utagosik. Yung kumantin nas kumuha na niya psisente piskoan. I wanted to say that in Cree so that I always like to talk in Cree in so many ways that I was taught talk Cree. So with that, I just wanted to support what Chief Shearson was saying about the fire crew, to extend their work. And I want, when we say we want that, and I want Cliff, I hope Cliff's here, that to start on it right away. Don't wait for a year, don't wait for 2 years. I wanted Cliff, if he's here, to do it now, so while it's fresh. If we let it sitting on a table, it's not going to go anywhere. I was told many times by the elders, if you do something, you move on it right away. Don't wait. And also, I just wanted to make a comment in regards to Al's report. The urban services, I want to mention those people. The urban services, I've been asking a lot of questions about the urban services here in PA. They do a lot of work, but sometimes they're stuck here in Prince Albert. We need to see them in our communities, in our First Nation communities, to come down and do a presentation for us. I want to see that coming from PAGC, is the urban services. And I talked to them, I like their work, I seen their work. We need to be more involved with the urban services coming to our communities, because we have our own people homeless here in Prince Albert. A lot of our communities, our people are homeless here in Prince Albert. We have some of our people here homeless in Prince Albert. So I just wanted to say that, so that I wanted to tell that to Al, to let the urban service know where it's coming from. Yuksma, nas ko mananong chapsi se pisko an mogno sunti pisko nista. Yuksam nista nati kakanam mo an kakanam token tutay. Music kan tutamag. Hoga pisko tan sky mit. Yutame hiksno maswag. Hiksno magayag min. Isakakanam gayag. So with that, thank you very much. So I'm going to start with Matthew. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whitecap. Okay, the final call for any further discussions on the motion.
You're on deck.
If not, can I have somebody call question for a vote? Question has been called. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and keep him nice and high. Don't move. Don't move your fingers. Just keep them nice and high. Keep in mind the delegates to only vote. Registered delegates can only vote. And while we wait for the count, I'm happy to announce that the Toronto Blue Jays are going to World Series, are going to the playoffs.
Hey!
And hopefully the World Series. If the Blue Jays go to the World Series, can the Leafs follow them? That'll be a tough one to
110.
That'll be a tough one to answer. 110 were in favor. Any opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? I see one. Did you want to say a few comments? Councillor Cook from Shoalhaven Cree Nation. Mic number 11.
Somebody turn on his mic. Yeah. I didn't get paid yet. I was just kidding. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon. Sometimes I feel like Sholik is just a little guy in the Prince Albert Grand Council. However, the reason why I abstain is that we approve your report. However, when there's some situations or contents that were mentioned, what Searson was talking about and Whitecap was talking about, in respect to the mandates, there was some clauses or some kind of a recognition of the mandates that were inserted on behalf of the management of Prince Albert Grand Council to show that yes, we will do this, and this is how we're going to do it. Some kind of a resolution to support that statement that they made, especially with the fire crews speaking on their behalf. We have the province always determining and dictating how long we work, but there's always an invoicing process that we can invoice. We can continue to work on behalf of our First Nations to determine that the need is still there, and then we should be invoicing the departments so that we can get our money back on behalf of that. So I wanted to make a suggestion as part of the solution or some kind of continuation on behalf of the fire crews that we have in our communities. And I just wanted to share that so that we can have some kind of a follow-up or a mandate that can be taken to the chief's table and to see how they can proceed with that in that manner. Thank you so much. Let's have a good day, and I'm still waiting for my check.
Mr. Lucky.
Councillor Cook, thank you for your comments, concerns. You will get your check. You got to sit tight, sit tight. Al Desarm, did you want to say something?
Final remarks. Thank you to the delegation here. Thank you very much. We hope that all the work that we do is work that you wish, and all the work that we do is successful. We pray, in fact, that that is the case. There are so many challenges in our world that we live in that it is sometimes hard to determine exactly what to do first. But, you know, we are the only tribal council that works this well together. I think we're probably the only tribal council that works this well in Canada. So it's always been a pleasure to work here. And I know that we do some of the best things that ever happened in this country, and it's because of this kind of gathering. So we appreciate your support. It means a lot. And I hope that we continue to do what you want us to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. That concludes motion number 4.
Next up is the motion number 5, and that's the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development. Oh, here we go. Presentations. Jeff Gay, can you please come on up here on behalf of the Corporate Executive Officer? There you are. It's all yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for having me once again at the Assembly. I presented last year on behalf of PA First Nation Business Development Limited Partnership. We're going to be going over this blue annual report that we've handed out. If you don't have one, there's several other copies at the back, and you could raise your hand and we can make sure you get one. So just a quick note, Athabasca Basin Development last June was approached and asked if we would manage PAGC on an interim basis on a care and maintenance basis. So we agreed to do this for a couple of years. We made sure that we declared that we are in a conflict of interest because we do similar work as PA First Nations Business Development. However, the fact is that PA First Nations Business Development is right now accumulating cash and not pursuing investments. So we've been able to communicate with the management board, which we report to on a quarterly basis, and so far any conflicts of interest have been managed and we're satisfied with the arrangement. The other reason why we took on this contract on an interim basis is Athabasca Basin wants to support all the Indigenous organizations in the province, particularly in the Prince Albert Grand Council region. We work closely with other development corporations, and we've had a long track record of investing with PA First Nations business development as we share 4 different investments. So the annual report, as you will see, really contains an overview which says that we went through a pandemic, so many of the businesses struggled. We then had a recovery over the last year or 2, and now we're in a stage where we're attempting to manage through inflation and a lot of different labor shortages in a lot of different businesses. The good news is that things are looking very bright for PA First Nations business development. All the investments seem to be progressing very positively. There seems to be good momentum in the commodity space, which helps exploration and some of the investments that PA First Nation business development has. Okay, so if you flip through, one of the slides in here indicates that on an annual basis, we donate, PA First Nations donates $100,000 to the PAGC in support of sports and recreation activities. They also have an ownership in Arctic Beverages, Synergy 5 Investments, Points North Group of Companies, Western First Nations Hospitality, Rise Air, Glenmore, and the ownership of the First Nations University building on Central Avenue. So 6 investments and 1 asset is held within PA First Nation business development. So you'll see a slide where you'll see partners' capital and partners' total cash distributions. That continues to gain momentum over the last several years. There was a little bit of a hiccup when COVID hit, and there was a little bit of a drop. It has now regained momentum. The distributions are continuing to add on to the partners' capital and the partners' total cash distributions. As you go through the report, you'll also see a bit of a summary on each one of the investments, a paragraph on each one, indicating the ownership and a general description of what each one of the companies does. And at the back of the report, you will see the contacts for the various investments, including the logos on each one. So the first motion that you'll be contemplating is the annual report, which I'm presenting to you now. And then after that, Keith Fonstad will give specific reports on the 2 financials, which is the general partner, PADC, and the limited partnership, which is PA First Nation Business Development Limited Partnership. So with that concludes my report, and I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, we're leading a motion to adopt the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership for the 2023 annual reports. We do need a mover. Table number 3, Chief Kevin Mercurdy. Thank you. Seconder. Table number 4, Chief Joyce McLeod. Thank you. Discussion. Question has been called. All in favor? Raise your right hands. Just wave them in the air. Wave them like you just don't care. Just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, keep the hands up. Comments? Thank you. We do have comments. Chief number 8. Mic number 8, please. Chief Wadidika.
Obetokjapi, csatávastedepi csúzaptadó táj hipikta, itt halcsában így umpta, a petukde vakhatak a mágokta pidame, elako PAGC Grand Council ícsiapi he, wana wogdakapi, wogdake. want to thank the creator for the day. I want to thank the pipe carriers this morning and their Oskapiosuk. I want to thank the chiefs, veterans, the Senate, the elders, and the staff, all the delegates within the Assembly. I just have a couple comments regarding the management, Prince Albert Development Corporation. And I want to thank Athabasca Basin as well as Jeff Gay for the work that he's done in terms of PAGC Development Corporation in the CARE agreement that we have. However, when you look at the economic outlook for the next 5, 10, 15 years, right now it looks like we're going into a recession. Prince Albert Development Corporation is for all intents and purposes, an investment company. At some point in time, we need to create a management company. And we need to start looking at creating our own businesses that we look after. And there will be positive outcomes from it. And we need to maximize on the purchasing power of the Prince Albert Grand Council as it relates to Prince Albert. Right now, when you go into any of the businesses within Prince Albert, the first thing you're going to see is a temporary foreign worker. And the TFW is a program designed by the federal government to assist the businesses. However, when you look at that whole program as it relates to the entry-level positions, entry-level jobs in the city, and you look at our people that are out there homeless on the streets, I think we have an opportunity to utilize the Prince Albert Development Corporation to start that process to open, those businesses within the city. If you look on any realty website right now, half of Prince Albert is for sale. We all acknowledge that Prince Albert is not a industrial town. Prince Albert is a federal transfer town. That's what we are here in the city. We get federal transfer dollars for the prisons, the jails, the women's jails, the university. There is no factories in the city. We're not producing anything, and we need to maximize on all the money that we spend within the city. When we're a business and we're looking at businesses within the city, we don't just look at the population of the city. We have 10, 15, 20, 30 mile, 40 mile, 60 mile, 100 mile radius that all come and funnel into the city through Highway number 2. And I think it would be prudent for us to start a management company. And if we continue to just be an investment company, at some point in time, we're at the mercy. We're at the mercy of all the investments that we're in. And at some point in time, there is not going to be any dividends from any of the investments that we have. Those are my comments, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Wadeka. Okay, we need to finish up this motion. We had 92 in favor. Any opposed? I see none. Abstentions? I see none. Motion is now carried. If we can get Jeff to respond to and closing comments.
Thanks, Chief, for the comment, and I'm glad you made that comment. One of the things I didn't mention in my presentation is that as part of this process in care and maintenance, we plan on having a strategy session early in 2024 with the PADC Management Board and the full board, which is the chiefs of the Prince Albert Grand Council. And at that time, we'll be discussing the direction that PADC wishes to take, and what that will allow us to do is to shape the type of management team that is best suited for PADC after the strategic plan, and we would then transition and help with that succession. So your comments are appreciated, and it will certainly be a very good discussion in the early 2024 when we're planning the future of PADC. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for that. And now the audits for the Prince Albert Development Corporation. Keith Fonstedt, welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I just appreciate the opportunity to come back up here because I realized it this morning that when I was giving my thank yous, I'd forgot the Senator for the opening prayer. So Senator Craig, thank you for that. So it's my pleasure to help present the financial statements for PAFN BDLP, which is the First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership. So I'll use that acronym quite a bit. And its general partner corporation, Prince Albert Development Corporation. So I have a role as the auditor for PAFN BDLP, which means that I am requested to provide an assessment of the organization to determine if the financial statements are accurate and can be relied upon by you, the users of those statements. And that is the opinion that we give, and that is all of the financial statement that is ours as MNP. So if you forward the slide, please, to the next, I guess probably two, the next one. So when we do the audit, what we're looking for is where information could be wrong. And so when we did that assessment for this organization, it really factors around almost pretty much the investments is the main thing. We are not the auditors for all of the investments, so we have to put reliance on those other accountants and auditors to gather the information to find out if we can rely on their work. So that is the biggest part of our process. About 85% of the investments are audited as a dollar value, with the rest basically being at a review level, which means they have some level of assurance by their accountant, but it's not an audit itself. So we take that all into consideration. We do some sampling and testing around the rental revenue and the management operations and come up with our opinion. And our opinion for PAFN BDLP for the year ended 2023 is that the financial statements can be relied upon, and we are providing a clean opinion, which will be on the next slide there, if you can forward that one more. So that's just what's in the opinion. So in the package that was provided by Jeff and his team, there's on really nice paper, by the way, good choice on the paper. There is our audit report, which makes up 2 pages. This paragraph is the first 2 paragraphs there on the left-hand side of that audit report. So that is our opinion as the auditors. The rest of the presentation is here as an account on behalf of providing that information to you by management. Again, these are management's financial statements. So moving into the next slide here is just a couple, I guess 2 of them. Just that the information in the PowerPoint is not the actual audited statements. So please, if you're looking at the statements as a whole, they are provided for you there. Going to the next slide. So on the first page, we have what's called the balance sheet for this organization, sometimes also referred to as the statement of financial position. So this shows the assets that the partnership had as of a specific point in time, being March 31st of 2023. And then there's the comparing it to what happened the year before on that particular day, March 31st, 2022. So in the first line there, cash has increased by about $600,000 over the year before. The rest of the assets are relatively similar, other than the investment value has increased by $2 million, which we'll look at a little bit more closely. So total assets, $24 million compared to what was owed to others, which is liabilities of $155,000, and the rest is sitting in partners' capital, which is the equity of the 12 communities. Moving to the next slide, we have just some trend to show where the partners' capital has been for the last number of years. So it's right around that $20 to $25 million mark. But as you can see, COVID brought the number down a little bit during the last 2 years. And then this year in 2023, there's a recovery as at the end of that line, it spiked upwards. Next slide. So the investments themselves, I believe this is, I can't see that. Is that net income? That's Schedule 2. So Schedule 2 is what changed in the investments. So this is the income from those investments that are held directly by the partnership. So again, a recovery year, all of the investments had a positive net income other than that one little one at the bottom, which is just the General Partner Corp. So the Arctic Beverages, which is mostly in Manitoba and northern Saskatchewan and a little bit of northern Alberta, I believe. Pretty significant income allocated to the partnership. And then the rest of the investments all had positive earnings. Westwind in the previous year would have been subsidized a bit from the government supports to the airline industry. And that was the big spike in 2022, which obviously did not happen in 2023, but they were still in a positive position. Next slide. So looking at this slide is something we've provided the last number of years. It just shows it's a similar slide to what's in the package that Jeff had went through. It just shows the cash distributions out to the communities in comparison to the income. So the line is the amount of money that's come out to the communities on a year-to-year basis. The bar graph is the income earned by the partnership. So out of the equity that's come in from the partnership through its investments and earnings, a lot of it has been paid out to the communities directly. Next slide. This is the value of those investments carried at what's called equity. So this isn't what they're worth. This is what they're being carried at on the books. So most of these investments would be worth more than this if you were to sell your investments. But for purposes of accounting, these are the book values that are recorded there in Note 4 to the financial statements. So you can see the increase in each of the investments through the year because of the positive earnings. The only thing that would make the number come down is when they pay out cash, which they did a fair amount of. This year, the investments paid out cash of $1.3 million to the partnership. So 600 of that was left in the bank account, 600 of it came out as the contributions paid in at Christmas time. Next slide. So here's the bar graph showing again over that same time period the value of the investments, and again the decrease. It's almost the exact same line as the capital because most of the equity is, or most of the assets is in equity is in this asset. So you can see that spike again this year. Next slide. Just as a comparison, in 2007 you had two investments. They were worth about $3 million each at that time, and now to the next slide in 2023, 17 years later, 16 years later. $10 million in the one investment, and then a much wider array of investments being held by the partnership. So pretty significant growth from where you were in 2007. Next slide. So this is the income statement, which shows the investment income on the second line. The first line is the net income from the property management services. So that's the rental of the building on Central Avenue, as well as the facilities out at Wapayton's Reserve. And then we have the cost of running the organization, slightly up through the management agreement for up to $303,000 overall for all of the items as per Schedule 3. And then the contribution back to PA Grand Council. So Jeff mentioned the $100,000 donation, plus then there's a contribution based on cash flow that comes back to PAGC as well. So that was $62,000 for the current year. So $3.2 million is the net income, slightly down from the year before at 4.2. Next slide. This is the property management schedule, which is Schedule 1. Just very consistent operations in that environment there. And the next slide would be the administration expenses in Schedule 3. And again, very consistent other than the new contract through the year. So that would be the summary of the financial statements for the PAFN BDLP. Do you want to do the motion first, or do you want me to run through PADC very quick? Speaker, do you want to do two motions? Do you want to do this motion first or do both at the same time?
Okay. We'll do the motion.
Okay.
Motion to approve the Prince Albert First Nations Business Development Limited Partnership Audited Financial Statement year ending March 31st, 2023. We need a mover. Floor is now open. Table number 8, Chief Wadidika, thank you. A seconder. Table number 1, Black Lake, Chief Saizi, thank you very much. Discussion? I see none. If not, somebody call question, please. Question has been called. All in favor? Raise your right hand, please. Raise them nice and high. Keep them up until the count is complete. We'll let you know once that count is done. I just heard a funny comment there. What am I supporting? Why is my hand up? That's a good one. Put your hand up. What am I supporting? It's the audit. And don't worry, I think your check is still in that audit somewhere. Once this gets approved, you'll get your check. Okay, we have in favor of 100. Thank you so much. Opposed? I see none. Abstentions? There is none. Therefore, the motion is carried. Thank you so much, Mr. Keith, for that. Keith Bonstad. Next up is the Prince Albert. Actually, I'm going to let my speaker take it away.
Thank you, my deputy. Just remember that you're my right-hand man. So, next on the agenda is the Prince Albert Development Corporation financial statements. Mr. Keith Fonstadt, you have the floor.
Thanks, Speaker. So this will be very quick. PAGC, Prince Albert Development Corporation, is not audited or reviewed. It is just a compilation for the simple reason that there is basically 3 transactions during the year, and so they're pretty simple to do, so there's no reason for a costly audit. So if you forward the slide, and these are the financial statements included in your package. Go to the next slide, please. So on the balance sheet, these are the assets held by the partnership, or sorry, by the corporation, which is 1 unit in the investment in PAFN BDLP, which carries an equity value of $327,000. That has some minor investments in some other general partners that are part of the partnership, carrying value of $5,000. Then there's some expenses there. There was a little bit of income tax to pay, some corporate tax on the earnings from the partnership of $8,000. And then the rest is the equity contributed by the First Nations when the partnership was set up. And that's the rest of the balance sheet there. So moving forward to the next slide. So we have the net income statement, or the earnings and deficit statement. The allocation of earnings was $32,000 out of that whatever it was, or $3.2 million that we had on the previous financial statements. 1% of that is $32,000, so that's the allocation to the corporation. There's the professional fees to prepare the year end and the tax return, and then there's the $8,000 in taxes that are owing, and that's the year for PAGC of surplus of $23,000 for the year. And then the last slide just outlines the investments noted in Note 3 and in Note 4. There's a slight change from the previous year, as we did identify that make sure that the investments were accurate through working with Jeff's team. So we do have the investment in the partnership in note number 3. You can see the changes there. $32,000 of income allocated, receiving $12,000 in cash to pay bills and taxes. And then the investments in the general partner corporations, those 4 minor ownership positions as it relates to those 4 general partner corporations as part of the larger group. So with that, I believe that's the last slide. So thank you to the Assembly for having me here today. And with that, I'll turn it back to the Speaker for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Fonstad. Short and sweet presentation there on the motion number 7. And it states motion number 7 reads as approval of the Prince Albert Development Corporation final statements. Move that the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly approve the Prince Albert Development Corporation financial statements year ending March 31st, 2023. Do I have a mover on the motion? Mike, table number 9.
Calvin is making the motion.
Councillor Alvin Mostos. Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, he's a mover. And I have a seconder. Is there a seconder to the motion? Chief Desani. Seconder. Any further discussions on the motion? If not, somebody call a question. Question has been called. All in favor of the motion? Please put your hands up. Keep them nice and high for the count. While the counting is being done, I want to say something again. As most of you know that the best Canadian NHL team to win the cup this year are the Edmonton Oilers. Sorry, Leaf fans, Canadian fans, Canucks fans, sorry about that, Senators fans. Oh, sorry, Chief Whitecap, no offense.
Okay, sure.
110 are in favor of the motion. Any opposed? I see none. Any abstentions? I see none. The motion is carried. Yeah. I want to thank the presenters, Keith and Jeff. That concludes my duties as the Mr. Speaker and my right-hand man here, Mr. Dale Daniels. We want to thank you for the opportunity for today's assembly. We are done here from the, oh, not yet. Not yet. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the business part of the agenda is done. We now move on to the Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship Awards. That will be done by Mr. Edward Marasti and the Bird family of Murtalya Cree Nation. Okay, I guess we're going to take a break for 10 minutes.
Cell phone break.
Cell phone break.
Waiting for the kids to arrive.
We're waiting for the kids to arrive, the youth.
They're going to be recognized.
They'll be recognized here this afternoon. We are waiting for their arrival, so at this time I'll call a 10-minute break. And then once they arrive, we will proceed with the the scholarship awards, and that will basically be done for the assembly portion for day number 1.
Speaker.
Yo.
I want to take a picture.
Oh.
You don't mind?
Oh, we got to show our tags.
Maybe I'll step up there.
Okay. Ricky Bird will be the. Ricky Bird. What's he going to do? Okay. He's going to do the introductions? Okay. Okay. Side by side?
You will be very famous. Perfect. Usually it's about 3:30. Yeah, that's why I told the kids about 3 o'clock. Vice Chief. America. Yeah, not 10 enough. So yeah, I guess they'll have to come up and do the speech. So what's that? So far, the rest of them. Maybe I'll ask for all the Bobby Bird to come to the front. Okay. And if I guess we can get all the Bobby Bird recipients or the winners to come forward, Bev Bird and family will be in the corner over here. So if you're here, make your way to the front. Thank you. Sure. It's kind of lonely out here. Just by myself.
Edward Rusty thinks we're this one. Okay, but in terms of the scene, is that Al? No. Yeah, MC, yeah. This I will introduce the chief control officer. Yeah, and control officer. So we're done. Yeah, we're done after this. Yeah. You want to say what's the government after this? You can do so, but I want to say a few words what's the government. This part. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna make the newspaper. Yeah. We're gonna be famous all over Saskatchewan. Yes.
Okay. Let's call up Edward and let's get rolling, eh? That's what I'm hearing out there. So.
Okay. Delegates, chiefs, councillors, Senate, Women's Commission, staff.
Edward, to the podium.
Edward Marasti, please come to the main podium.
We're good for time. I think so. I think so. It's almost 3. Would say this rep, this will take longer. We gotta shake hands and stuff.
Yeah. So at this time on the agenda, we are now be doing the Bobby Bird Memorial Scholarship Awards. Edward and Rusty will lead on this part, and the Bird family as well. So, Mr. Marasti, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, chiefs.
You have the floor.
Mr. Chair and our elders, this is certainly a monumental year as we get back into schools and start having schools open and students back into classrooms. So it's great to see the Bobby Bird Memorial Award being provided live. So it's good to be back. And acknowledging those students from grades 7 to 12 students from the Prince Edward Grand Council to be recognized and honored for achievements in academic success. As you've seen on the PowerPoint presentation that's in front of you, we recognize grades 7 to 12, nominated by their teachers or guidance counselors, attain a minimum average of 65%, are a First Nations member from one of the PAGC First Nations, were full-time students in the respective grades 7 and 12, and grades 10 to 12 inclusive must have an official SaskEd transcripts. So let's give a big round of applause for those winners for this year. We want to begin first off by acknowledging those that submitted their names, even though they didn't get selected. Their hard work certainly was not overlooked by their teachers or administration, so we want to recognize those folks as well. But first off, for our grades 7 to 12, Cheyenne Lemage from Father Gamesh Memorial School. Let's give her a big round of applause. And as you can see on the teleprompter there, that she comes from the community of Fond du Lac. She has maintained a good average in academics and has been very well received in terms of her interpersonal skills with teachers, staff, and the school. So let's give a big round of applause to Cheyenne Lemage. And if Cheyenne or one of her family members can come to the front to receive the certificate and award. And if any of the family members are not here, then the chief or council can come and pick up their certificate and the check for Cheyenne for our grade 7 nominee.
The next winner is the grade 7 to 9, and that person is Rylan McDonald, and he's coming to us from Father Port Memorial School with a 97% attendance, and he's from Black Lake, loves attending school. His goal is to graduate grade 12 and move to post-secondary. He is a hard worker and completes his assignments on time. Rylan is a very respectful and polite young man. These qualities allow him to succeed in any environment. In the future, he would like to explore the world and try new things. So is Ryland McDonald here? Yes, right here. Okay, here's Ryland McDonald right in front of us. Get out of here. Where's my check, they're saying? It's right here. Rylan McDonald, and there's her certificate. I should have said, the check's in the mail, I should have said. Our next one, we've categorized them from grade 10 to 12. And this one is Katie Akoff. Okay. With an 87.6 academic average with a 97% attendance. And she's coming from Black Lake. Katie attends class on a regular basis and comes to class prepared. She's always ready to work to the best of her ability. She loves speaking in her Indigenous language. And here we have Katie. Is this Katie? Yes. Okay. Congratulations, Katie. Her goal is to graduate with high marks and attend the First Nations University of Canada to pursue a career in Indigenous social work. The next person is Merrick Kutnikoff-Britton from James Smith Cree Nation. He has a 71% academic average with a 94% attendance. He's a genuine person with a good heart and allows him to flourish in any social situation. Takes pride in his identity and culture as he attends cultural events like round dances and powwows. Merrick likes the outdoors as he loves to attend outdoor activities that keep him grounded as an individual. He enjoys meeting new people that leads him to the field study of education. Merrick is currently attending the First Nations University of Canada as a first-year education student where he wants to make a difference in years to come. Merrick Kutnikoff-Britton. And I'm a proud father. This is my son. I was gonna say my baby boy, but last but not least, Diane Ryder from Montreal Lake. Average 74% average, 97% attendance. First of her family to attend post-secondary. Her positive nature and perseverance is an asset that keeps her going in her educational journey. Her resiliency in her education journey has allowed her to prevail over some hardships. Diane will prevail in years to come as she attends the University of Saskatchewan. Congratulations, Diane Ryder. And if we can have someone from Montreal Lake. Congratulations, Joyce. I should have said the check's in the mail. Congratulations to all our winners this year. Oh. Okay, sister's here. And if any of our award winners have a speech that they would like to say, you have this time to come up and give a speech. Heated. Oh, you can use that one too. And no, I did not write his speech.
I would like to thank you for selecting me for the Bobby Bird Award. I would like to thank my teachers at Carleton High School for supporting me in my classes throughout my years there. My teacher, Mrs. Claus, who went above and beyond to make sure my academic classes would be success, and supporting me in graduating my grade 12. I would like to thank my parents for the guidance, support, and patience with helping me to achieve my grade 12. Also, I would like to thank them for assisting me in applying to the University of Regina, which I've been accepted at the UVL in the College of Education this year. I would like to thank my grandparents for teaching me about the cultural teachings that I possess to this day. In closing, thank you again for this award.
That's the first mistake I've made in my life.
Okay, well, let's give these recipients, these winners for the Bobby Bird Memorial Award, a big round of applause. And we're going to take some photos here with the family, so if you can join us in that, Ron's going to do that? Okay.
Almost done.
Let's go this way. So we'll be part of the. See that? The chief wants to acknowledge some youth from his community.
Chief Nadahow McLeod and Ricky Bird have organized a Youth Chief and Council, the Montreal Lake Youth Chief and Council. And Ricky, go stand beside them. Oh, here's Ricky, right here. Come on, Ricky. Come and name them, Chief and Ricky.
Good afternoon. Can I ask you now? Be me chiti go to even ask you now. I mean, thank you for giving us a few minutes to acknowledge our youth chief and council. Last week it was very exciting for us. We got called by the principal director, Simon Bird, to go and witness an election at our school. And sometimes we talk about when we run for council, we always talk about the importance of youth. And I think this was an opportunity for our community to enhance our youth chief and council. So they went through the normal process. Where I go to the school, and there's posters all over the school, you know, the reasons, their platform, why they're running. It was almost, for us, it was just it's exciting. It was exciting because it took us back to our days as our nominations and elections. And so today we want to acknowledge Agnes Nedahau and Ricky Bird, who both took on this youth council, this election process. And of course, they selected six people, one chief and 5 council. When you think back to your communities, and when you want to acknowledge, we always acknowledge the knowledge keepers, but also the youth play a very, very important role. And they're here today to, you know, how their nominations are run. And I believe they're going to be going to Saskatoon with the FSIN elections to partake, to observe how they're run, how the elections are run. I think we've come a long way, you know, in our community for our youth. And I always tell them, I said, you make decisions every day in your life, and you also learn discipline through sports. You also learn how to be leaders in sports when you participate in sports, and also volunteering in your community. So I want to give this mic to Carol, the Councillor Carol, to say a few words with Ska. Dinniga.
Good afternoon, everyone. Give thanks to the elder for the prayer this morning and the pipe ceremony. Acknowledge the pipes that were carried this morning, and thank you. Yeah, so last week we had an exciting event in the community. It was, I think it was Monday, we were told, you know, we're invited to the school because there's going to be some youth council elections. And it was super exciting for us. You know, I let the chief know this is what's happening at the school. They're doing speeches, and they're going to be electing 5 councillors and 1 chief. So the day on Thursday, it was a really busy day for us, but we had meetings, and you know, we had, I think maybe 3 meetings that day, but we said, okay, well, 2:30 we're heading to the school, so we just left our meetings and went to the school. So we had, the chief had some quilt blankets made. She said she made them that day, but I'm not sure. But we had them made, and we brought them in for them. And as they were there, you know, Ricky was counting the ballots, and it was really quiet in that classroom we're in. And of course, Ricky said, "This is the first time I heard all the high school students this quiet." So I sat beside one of the, Jarrell, I sat beside him, and I said, "Are you nervous?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, you know, that's how I was too when I was running for council." So it was really good to see. You know, they sat there, they watched it happen, they all voted. You know, they had their own election process. And, you know, they counted the ballots in front of everybody in there. And it was just teaching, how do you teach the young people about elections? How do you incorporate them, include them? And this is exciting because this is how you do it. And so today when we have our delegation here, he said, we should acknowledge them because we know they were coming here, because we want them to see, what is happening, what is going on here at this level, what is going on at the FSIN level. So today we have our youth from Montreal Lake. Some of them, have gone to NAIG. 2 of them went to NAIG, so it's pretty exciting. I wanted to say that, when we got in as leadership, we came in and we had to sign, our oath. And so we made one, for them, Montreal Lake Cree Nation Youth Chief and Council. So they too were up there and they were signing in front of everybody in that classroom. And they were wrapped in their blankets, excited, and, we honored them. So we're here today honoring them, and Ricky will introduce them by their names. And, thank you all for allowing us to do this here today. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ricky Bird. I am a staff member at the Senator Allen Bird Memorial School. And first off, I'd like to acknowledge the elders for the prayers. I'd like to introduce our youth, our junior chief and council for the Montreal Lake Cree Nation. And I also like to thank the Prince Albert Grand Council for giving us this opportunity here to acknowledge our youth here. So starting from the back over there is one of the other organizers for this. Her name is Agnes Netaho. She is a staff member at the Senator Allen Bird Memorial School. So if you guys want to maybe come line up here. So Agnes. Yeah, just wait there. And from the left there, we have Desire Ryder, Councillor Desire, Youth Council Desire Ryder. Our other youth councillor, Peyton Bird. Youth councillor, Atherine Henderson. Youth Councillor Jarrell Bird. Our Junior Vice Chief Samuel Bird. And of course, our Youth Chief, Mary Helkett. So once again, I'd like to thank Agnes for helping me out running this, organizing this Youth Chief and Council. I'd like to thank the Senator Allen Bird Memorial School for allowing this process to happen. Once again, thank PAGC for letting us acknowledge our youth. And yeah, so this is our Montreal Lake Cree Nation Junior Chief and Council. And I've also forgot to mention that our Vice Chief, Dean Henderson, was also a youth chief from Montreal Lake back in the day. So that is a long, long time ago. So there's our Vice Chief, Dean Henderson. Also, our Councillor Troy Henderson, too, was also a long time ago. So with that, folks, thank you. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks.
check it out. That brings to an end the reporting part of Prince Albert Grand Council Assembly. And thank you for that show of youth leadership. And those who were formerly in youth councils before now are in the council today. So it works that way, and it keeps kids off the street and out of gangs. So how good is that? But you know, it's been great. Wendell Head and Dale Daniels have done a wonderful job for us. Wonderful job. Thank you so much for taking the time, and for your band for letting you be here. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity as well.
And I'd like to offer them the opportunity to say a few closing remarks. Wendell and Dale.
Okay, thank you, Al, staff, chiefs, councillors, delegates, staff, veterans, Senate. Just want to say, close off by saying thank you for this opportunity to be part of this assembly this year as the Mr. Speaker. It was a good experience, first time doing it, and that's all I have to say. Also, I want to thank my Chief of Council. Sorry, I forget Chief Whitecap and his council for the appointment as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendell. Mr. Speaker. Okay, I have a little story to share, and I'm going to need about maybe 20 minutes of your time to tell the story, if that's okay. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, but a long story short, for as long as I can remember, I made a lot of mistakes in my life. And the greatest teacher that I had ever was my mom. She always told me and encouraged me to keep on making those mistakes, Dale, because someday you're going to learn and you're going to be a good speaker. And here I am today. Thank you, Prince Albert Grand Council, for giving me this chance today. Okay. Thank you, Al. We're good.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Wendell. Greatest teachers. 9 times out of 10, greatest teachers. Mom, you bet. Thank you, guys. As I say, we have finished the reporting element of the Prince Albert Grand Council report. And as we told you earlier, there is an important contingent of what we do here today called governance. And we are about to go into that important contingent called governance. We have all the delegates invited here. We have all the chiefs and all the councils. They all have a vote. And we have a process for choosing the next Grand Chief of the Prince Albert Grand Council. And in order to do that, the first thing we had to do was to get 2 chiefs from 2 bands to agree to select a chief electoral officer and a deputy electoral officer. I want to introduce them to you here today and then turn the mic over to them. The chief electoral officer is Jim Tassani from Hatchet Lake. Jim, put up your hand. There we go. The deputy electoral officer is Beverly Bird from Montreal Lake. Beverly? Jim and Bev, I turn the mic over to you.
Good afternoon, chiefs, elders, members, sorry. Thank you, Chief Tassani, Bart, for nomination for the position. It's a great privilege to be standing before you here. especially for the Grand Chief. It's definitely something of a learning experience for my part. So I'm going to get into this nomination procedure. It's going to be 4 pages long. I'll do 2, and then Bev, why am I bad with names? Bad with the names all the time. Anyways, we'll get into this now. Nomination procedure 18.1. The electoral officer shall preside. The electoral officer shall have on hand all declarations of intent forms. The nomination day for the executive position shall be the day before the day of the election by election. The electoral officer shall officially open the meeting for the nominations. All nominations shall be moved and seconded by the registered delegates designated on the declaration of intent form signed by each of the candidates. The nominator and a seconder named on each declaration of intention may be amended after they have been submitted, but not later than 1 hour before the nomination meeting commences. All candidates shall personally signify their acceptance of their nomination to the Assembly. No person may nominate or second more than one individual for any elected position. All nominations for all positions shall be done in the time frame prescribed by the electoral officer and before any candidate speeches are delivered to the Assembly. When the electoral officers are satisfied that all nominators and seconders have affirmed their motion to name their proposed candidate, and all eligible candidates have affirmed their intention to let their name stand or decline the opportunity, a nomination cease motion shall be deemed in order by the electoral officer, and or his deputy of the motion shall be carried upon a show of hands by the majority of the Assembly then in attendance voting in favor of such motion. The nominators and the candidates shall immediately determine their speaking order, i.e. will be consensus of drawing lots of numbers. There will be 2, so imagine we'll just flip a coin on that. If they are unable to make any arguments, their names shall be drawn for a hat by the electoral officer and or his designate, and the speaking order determined by the order in which the names are drawn. The nominators and the candidates shall be limited to a maximum of 2 minutes for the nominator and 10 minutes for the candidate. After the nomination meeting is officially closed by the Assembly, but before the Assembly is adjourned for the day, the time, place, and procedures for polling day must be announced by the electoral officer to the Assembly. The ballots, polling stations, and all facilities required are the responsibilities of the electoral officer, including the supervision of all polling stations. The initial poll shall be open from 10 a.m. till 12 noon. If there is not a clear majority for any of the one candidate following the count, a new ballot shall be drawn up, and the time of the next poll shall be announced by the electoral officer. Voting shall be done by secret ballot. There shall be 1 or more secured ballot boxes administered by the electoral officers. Each candidate shall be entitled to 1 scrutineer, and in an alternate, one of those persons shall witness the election procedure and or actual counting of the ballots. The electoral officers will officially declare the first poll closed at 12 noon on the polling day. The electoral officer shall oversee in full view of the Assembly the counting of the ballots. Any candidate who receives a simple majority of the eligible votes, 50 plus 1, is the total number of delegates, shall be declared the winner, and in this case it's 136. Where no candidate shall receive a simple of the eligible votes, 50 plus 1, total number of delegates, the electoral officer shall proceed to a further and subsequent ballots as required until one candidate does not have a simple majority of the assembly supporting his or her election. Each new ballot shall draw the names of the persons who received the fewest votes and the names any persons who decide to withdraw from subsequent ballots. In the event that between the top runners, or in the event that neither of the top runners receive a simple majority of the eligible votes, 50 plus 1, the total number of eligible voting delegates, another ballot will be conducted until one candidate receives the simple majority of the eligible votes of 50 plus 1 in a total number of eligible voting delegates supporting his or her candidacy. The times for the second and subsequent ballots will be announced by the electoral officers prior to the polls reopening. The vote count, opening the ballots, closing the polls, count and reopening the polls, etc., shall be one another until one candidate receives a simple majority of eligible votes of 50 plus 1 in the total number of delegates and can be declared the winner. Do you want to just use this one?
Good afternoon. I shall carry on from where he left off. The electoral officer will officially declare the final results of the election by election. Upon conclusion of the election by election, the electoral officer shall seek a motion that all ballots be kept for a period of at least 30 days after the election. And if there are no appeals to the election, that the ballots shall therefore be destroyed. If there is an appeal, the ballots are kept until the appeal has been heard and the final decision rendered. Thereafter, chairperson of the appeals board and the electoral officer shall jointly determine when the ballots are to be destroyed. There shall be no loitering near of around the polling station during the election by election where ballots are being cast. Scrutineers shall observe from an area designated by the electoral officer, which allows the scrutineers to observe the procedure, but that does not allow them to interfere with the movement of delegates through polling stations. Appeals. Excuse me. Any voting delegates or candidates shall have 30 days from the day of the election by election to appeal the results of the election by election. An appeal must be in writing to the electoral officer and must contain details of the grounds upon which the appeal is made and a written acknowledgement that the appellant agrees to abide by the decision of the appeals committee. Prince Albert Grand Council Appeals Committee shall consist of 1 appointed chairperson, 4 senators, elders, 1 women's commission member, 1 member at large, none of whom may be voting delegates, candidates, nominators, or seconders. Grounds for appeal are restricted to campaign or election practices which contravene this act. The PAGC Appeals Committee shall adjudicate appeals against the election by election of the Grand Chief and Vice Chiefs. PAGC Appeals Committee will rule on whether to allow or disallow an appeal hearing within 10 business days of receipt of written notice of appeal. It is judged that there is sufficient evidence to warrant an appeal. The Appeals Committee may order a hearing within 10 business days of their decision. An appeal hearing will take place consisting of the electoral officer, deputy electoral officer, the appellants, the candidate whose election by election is being contested, the PAGC Appeals Committee and their solicitor. The appeals committee, prior to making their decision, may order verification of statements made by the appellant and the candidate and/or the electoral officers. A final decisions of the appeals committee regarding the election by election must be made within 10 days following of the hearing and shall present the final binding decisions of all parties involving regarding the election by election. The appeals committee shall make one of the following decisions: deny the appeal on the grounds that the evidence presented did not indicate an infraction of the act, and so advise the Council of Chiefs, member of First Nations, bands of the appellant. Uphold the appeal but allow the election by election to stand on the grounds that the infraction would not reasonably be seen to have affected the result of the election by election, or uphold the appeal and call for a new election by election within 21 days of the determination of the appeal, giving clear instruction such that the reason for the original appeal is corrected. There shall be no new or additional nominations beyond the slate that ran in the election by election that is a subject of appeal, but no candidate shall be compelled to allow his or her name to stand again. If the appeal hearing overturns the results of the election by election, the Council of Chiefs shall by election shall call by new election for positions involved, and it shall be conducted in accordance with this act. In the interim, the Council of Chiefs may assign another member of the Executive Council to carry out the duties of the vacant office. Okay.
Thanks, Ev. I just realized that I was saying that earlier, that I looked at the color of my coat and I didn't realize it was orange, and I thought maybe people thought I was a security here too as well. That's why they couldn't find me earlier. Okay, motion number 9, Prince Edward Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Edward Exhibition Center, October 2nd. Motion to open nominations for the Grand Chief. Moved that nominations of the position of Grand Chief commence. Can I have a mover, please? Oh. And chiefs are easy for, okay. Okay. Okay, so I have Chief Wally Burns for moved and seconded by Chief Curran Saizi. Open for discussion. Oh, yeah. Okay, question has been asked. Now we can go to the vote. Put your right hand. All in favor. Here we go. Everybody. Okay. Opposed? Do we have opposed? None opposed. Abstentions? I see one. Would you like to speak on behalf of your abstention? Mic number 8.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Electoral Officer. Just a point of order. Before we go into the opening of the election for motion number 9, I think we have to do motion number 8.
It's motion 8.
There could be an appeal.
Thank you. I just realized that was on the flip side. Motion number 8 with the Prince Albert Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Albert Exhibition, October 2nd. Motion to proceed with the 2023 Prince Albert Grand Council election pursuant to PAGC governance legislation. Move that the 2023 Prince Albert Grand Council executive election be conducted pursuant to the Prince Albert Grand Council Election Act, and that the successful candidates, upon be sworn in, act in compliance with the PAGC Election Act and the PAGC Executive Act. I have a mover. Johnny, what? Okay. Okay, so I have moved by Chief John Wadidika. Thank you for bringing that out. I didn't realize that was there. My apologies. Seconded by Chief Karen Bird. All in favor? One and 9 in favor. Do we have opposed? I see none. Abstentions? I see none. Motion carried. Moving on to the last one, I believe, which is, nope. Oh, yes, right. Open it for discussion. Okay, correction there. Motion number 9 was moved by the nomination of the position of the Grand Chief commence. Open motion to open the nomination for the Grand Chief. And I still have moved by Chief Wally Burns. Does it still stand? And seconded by Chief Corinne Sarizi. Do you still stand? Sarizi. Sounds like crazy. Saizi. Saizi. Almost sounds like I said crazy. My apologies, Chief. Still stands? Still stands. Thank you. Should we do the vote again? No? Okay. So we're going to redo that vote again now. In favor, please have your hands up, please. Thank you. Okay, he said just. Opposed? I see none. Abstentions? I see none. Motion carried. Moving on to the next. No. Okay. I guess now the next part is I declare the nominations open. I need to know if the candidates are ready and their seconders are available. So we have the nominators. Mic 5.
Oh, yeah. Just to say that I'm here? Yeah, I'm the nominator. Do I nominate now? Okay. Okay, I, Tammy Cook-Searson, Chief of the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. I nominate Brian Hardlot for Grand Chief for Prince Albert Grand Council. Do you want my treaty number? No? Okay,
No.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm honored to do so.
Seconder. Microphone 1, please.
Hi, Chief Corinne Saizi. I second the nomination for Brian Hardlot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Brian Hardlot, do you accept the nominations? Brian Hardlot has accepted. Are there any other nominations? Mike 7?
Good afternoon. I, Chief Christine Longjohn of Sturgeon Lake First Nation, nominate Greg Ermine for Prince Albert Grand Council Grand Chief.
Seconder. Mike 12.
Good afternoon. Chief Rennie Shaboyer, Kamano's Cree Nation. I second the nomination for Greg Ermine for the position of Grand Chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Ermine, are you here and do you accept?
I accept. Puniga.
Greg Ermine accepts. Do you have any? So, okay, we need a motion to close nominations, please. Chief Tammy Cook Searson. I've been writing on it. Motion number 10, Prince Edward Grand Council Annual Assembly, Prince Edward Exhibition Center, October 2nd, 2023. Motion to close nominations for Grand Chief. Moved that the motion for the position of Grand Chief cease. Moved by Chief Tammy Cook Searson, seconded by Chief Corinne Saizi. No, sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm reading them two. There's two. Second one was for Chief Christine Longjohn, Chief. Moved for nominator, and then seconded by Renee. What? And seconder for the Chief's nomination. Cease nomination, sorry. Discussions? They didn't have these one for each. Question? Mic 4, please.
Has a question?
Question's been called. All in favor? This is what I said.
Karen did. Karen did, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll explain. Yeah.
I'll move it.
133 in favor. Opposed? See none. Abstentions? See none. Move on to the speeches, right? And did we have, yeah, in order. Flip a coin? I don't have a coin. Okay. Brian Hardlot? Greg Ermine? Could you come forward? Gotcha. Yeah.
And then we do nominate. Yeah. Nominate after 2 minutes. Okay.
Okay, we got the two people here. We got a big dime here. Oh. Ah.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, no, well, did we maybe flip again? 'Cause we, yeah.
Okay, call.
Tails.
Tails, okay. Just tails. It's up to you. Okay. Okay. Brian's going to go first. You'll have your nominator come forward. You can come up. Okay. Nominator will have 2 minutes. And once you start speaking, the clock starts. And it will, once you've received or achieved your 2-minute time frame, it will be turned off. Okay.
Tuti mag nuaho magantik. Tatamskat na agakitaw ano sa kaigisigag. My friends, my relatives, it's a real honor to be standing here as chief of the Lac La Ronge Indian Band to nominate Brian Hardlot, who is seeking re-election for Grand Chief. And I'm very proud of Brian and all the work that he's done as our Grand Chief. He continues to work hard. And no matter what's going on in our communities, he's always there for us. During the pandemic, the Grand Council was there and Grand Chief was there with us all the way through, right from March 2020. Whenever we have emergencies in our communities, crisis in our communities, Grand Chief is there with us and his team. Anything that we need, they're always there. If there's difficult issues to deal with, challenges, he's always there. He's always there advocating for us, with us. And I always appreciate that he always takes the time to visit people in their homes. And he goes everywhere and travels everywhere, and I know that he'll continue to do that work. And I ask you for your support for Brian Hardlot as he seeks re-election. Thank you so much, and I wish Greg all the best too. Vote Grand Chief Brian Hardlot.
Stop, reset, so do I have a minute and a half? Did I ask him?
Okay. Does he get the other half minute? Okay.
I'll give the thumbs up, eh? Cisco. You got the paga come. No, what's up, CC? Then you know, question. You go, Sam. Thank you. Thank you, there, Chief Electoral Officer, Deputy. Nigan, higan na skuma no mo go we will thank our creator. He made the go ag gisago, he made the go ag. Nipi made the go ag not we not the agnapi. We'll thank the creator for today, giving us a lovely day, giving the precious water. I honor the pipe carriers, sir, that they did the pipe ceremony here this morning. Ko pinatsagan yung spagana. Kigana naskomanog when I'm tamid mamo piagoma. O tayo mamo into na naskomon hey. And I mean Nanta the senator that did the opening prayer for us this morning. We're all together collective. Thank the senator for the opening prayer. Hey, Chief Corinne Saizi, thank you very much for your seconding. Also, Chief Bert Desani. I don't see Kevin, but I see Napoleon. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Athabasca sector of the far north. How about an applaud? Come on. That's your Athabasca sector. Okay. Chief Joyce, I see you there. And also Chief Cook Searson, Chief Karen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Woodland Cree sector of the Prince Albert Grand Council. Chief Christine, Chief Waririka, Chief Burns. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your southern sector in Dakota, sector of the Prince Albert Grand Council. And of course, the eastern sector. The eastern Chief Zachary, Vice Chief of the Red Earth Cree Nation, Chief Marshall Head, Shoal Lake, and Chief Shaboyer, Cumberland House Cree Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Treaty 5, the eastern sector of the Prince Albert Grand Council. To the Women's Commission here, I extend my recognition on the work that you do. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we have a couple of more tables left. Let's buy those tables that attend the ceremony here tonight and acknowledge the young women that are going to be receiving scholarships. So thank you, Women's Commission, for all that you do. You know, many times we don't acknowledge, we don't talk about the positive things that the chiefs and the councillors do in their communities. And there is a lot that you've done. Sometimes we need to focus on that, you know, and build from that positive energy. So I commend you. I'll applaud myself here for the work that you do. I always emphasize that the positives in our communities far outweigh the negatives. They do. And I always say that. I always say that. However, chiefs, councillors, and I know you have your staff, the provincial government, you know, there are legislations that come down the pipes. We have to look at it along, of course, with you, the chief and the councils. We are an advocacy organization, a political organization to advocate for the First Nations and your communities. I will continue to do that. My priorities, you know, chiefs, councillors, delegates, you've seen me, my priorities. Number one, wow, the First Nations and the communities. The member nations of the Prince Albert, that's my number one priority. Number two, strengthening our organization. And I heard you here to do with the audit, do with some of the work with the forest fires and extending the fire season. That's the work. We have to build on that and strengthen the organization for the future of the young people. We have to keep this organization strong. Third, ensuring that the FSIN, the Assembly of First Nations, continue to be strong. And I do that work along with the chiefs and keep those organizations strong, the FSIN, that it's there as a treaty protector organization in the future. Chiefs, councilors, I say treaty-based organization, I mean the nations have sovereign and you have inherent rights in all areas, and that we put our rights in the forefront of that political fight. We as leaders bear a big responsibility, a significant responsibility. And that's with our treaty rights, the work that we do. We have that responsibility. I will be there to continue that work, working with you. What are those treaty rights? Some of them, they're all important, but we always say education. Hey, education, we must continue to fight for treaty-based funding, statutory funding for our community, so we don't have to worry about what administration is going to govern from the federal government, and that our funding becomes questionable. So with that, you know, we must stand united on education. For the First Nations University of Canada with 25 million funding proposal in Northern Campus, I will support that. The Chase will support that. We need that institution in the north. Housing, we have to do that work collectively. Housing is important. Our people need housing. We will do that collectively. Health, Midoya, the health area, we will continue to fight the systemic racism that our people face in our hospitals, chiefs. For homelessness, I will continue to be, I've been there fighting homelessness. The Prince Albert Police Service, we will continue to work with them. The land and the resources. The NRTA, Chief Burns, thank you. Chief Mustas, the NRTA, we told the federal government to rescind that act. What happened, eh? I commend Minister Lemedi for his work, that when he said, I will look into it. You know, so thank you very much for your support. I need your support to continue this work. The child and welfare stuff, C92. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure none of our people are forgotten. I thought we had that one. Oh, it was added on there.
Thank you, Chief Tammy. Thank you, Brian. Can I please have the nominator for Gregory Ermine up here, Chief Christine Longjohn? And Gregory Ermine, you're up next.
Good afternoon. Kaki kisagausgo nitsigasan. Pakta house I gaga no chinya. Nanaska mama witawi no kisi mantu anuskusika. Good afternoon. I acknowledge the Creator for blessing us with another day, the pipe ceremony, the drummers, elders, senators, veterans, chiefs, Women's Commission, council, delegates, and everyone that is here today. My name is Christine Longjohn, Chief of Sturgeon Lake First Nation. Today gives me great honor to nominate Greg Ermine for the position of Grand Chief for the Prince Albert Grand Council, which is your organization. Greg Ermine is a proven leader with experience using a collective approach. When we think about the Grand Council, we think about of all the diversity of all the nations. Each nation has strengths, each nation has their own language, customs, and values, and collectively we can bring strength. Personally, I served 2 to 3 terms with Greg, and I witnessed Greg's commitment, dedication, and ambition he brought to the table. Greg is visible supporting the communities of the Prince Albert Grand Council. Greg is a voice for a progressive and a united PAGC nation. Protecting the treaties, inherent rights, the NRT, economic growth, language and culture, reconciliation. Bill C-92 will be the forefront discussions for all of PAGC nations. We acknowledge Brian Hardlot, his wife and family for the work that he's done on behalf of PAGC nations. On Tuesday, October 3rd, we humbly ask you to vote Greg Ermine for the Grand Council of Prince Albert.
It's a nice day today to our to all of our Cree relatives. We say Tanse, to our Dene relatives. We say Itanate. To our Dakota relatives. We say Ante Buaste. Everybody, we welcome you to our Prince Albert Grand Council elections. Of course, we give our greetings and our thank yous to our Creator for bringing us all here. Nigan, we have to also acknowledge the ceremonies that happened to bring us here. So we acknowledge the pipe carriers, we acknowledge the elders, we acknowledge the Prince Albert Grand Council staff. Of course, again, Kitan, we acknowledge our Creator for bringing us all here. It's an exciting time with Prince Albert Grand Council and First Nations country, as well as within the Federation. The next 3 years, the next couple of days will determine the next 3 years of the direction of the Grand Council. So we have to, over the next couple of days, as we consider what we're working towards, what we were yesterday, what we are today, Iguamina, what are we tomorrow? When we look at the history of the Prince Albert Grand Council and why it was formed, when we talk about treaty implementation, when we talk about treaty protection, when we talk about those inherent rights, when we talk about those strength in numbers, when we talk about coming together as a collective voice, these are the reasons that the Prince Albert Grand Council was created. Why are we here today? It was because of the work that our past leaders have done for us. When we think about even at the signing of treaty, after treaty, the previous decades, the previous century, when we look at where we were yesterday, where were we, where are we today? Within the Prince Albert Grand Council, we're 47,000 band members strong collectively within 12 bands. We're talking about Treaty 5, Treaty 6, Treaty 8, Treaty 10 Tories. We're talking about Dene, we're talking about Dakota, Iguamina, we're talking about the Cree. If we look at the diversity and the range of issues that we have within the Grand Council, as well as the range of opportunities, these are exciting times collectively that we have to work together on. We have a lot of individual issues on our own within our nations. At the same time, collectively, we also have a lot of issues that are the same. So we have to work towards continuing to support that work collectively as we move forward. We know that some bands are doing some great things in some areas and other bands are doing great things in other areas. So we have to somehow work on individual issues collectively and coming together and having a common understanding and common goals on how we move forward. When we look at tomorrow and where we're going, as First Nations people, we want to know where we're going as a Grand Council. If we look at the math and do some estimations on where we are, if we're talking about 50,000 people in a couple of years, if we have a 3% growth rate year by year, within 25 years, our population's double. What that means is our Grand Council is going to be representing over 100,000 First Nations people within the Grand Council collectively. That means potentially at a 3% growth rate that our populations are going to double in every community. So if we look at it that way, what kind of work do we have to do? How do we prepare for that growth? What kind of challenges today are we seeing that could compromise that growth? When we talk about today's existing infrastructure, what do we do? How do we grow? How do we expand our schools? How do we expand our administration offices? When we talk about the delivery of programs our communities are offering, if we're talking about doubling our growth and year by year there's growth, we have housing issues. How are we going to work on that collectively, individually as sovereign nations, but at the same time, how do we work with the provincial or the federal government and our treaty partners to work on that issue of housing? And how do we, when we talk about the funding that's coming into our communities, how do we work together collectively? Our Grand Council, our Prince Albert Grand Council has a number of departments that works on behalf of our communities for you. How do we ensure that those services continue? How do we grow those services? And we're talking the area of health and the area of education, engineering, technical services, health, justice. There are so many opportunities, so much challenges that we could run into potentially if we don't work on those. So we have to see these as opportunities. In the next few years, what are we doing economically, collectively? We have a number of bands that are doing great things individually. We have development corporations, we have investments, and they're doing things on their own, or they have investment partners, partnerships, joint ventures. We have some bands doing some great things. And how do we do that collectively also as a Grand Council? How do we create that wealth so that we look at our own source revenue streams, and how do we bring finances into our community to ensure that we can accommodate that growth? We have a number of challenges, but we also have a number of opportunities. When we talk about the issues of today, when we talk about homelessness, and every single one of us is impacted, and it's not only us in this room, it's everybody outside of this room also. It's a collective issue. I think it involves a number of tables coming together. It's our First Nations table, it's the city, it's the federal government, it's private sector, it's the public sector. There's a number of tables that a number of groups that we have to collectively approach and work with. We have to create a long-term plan. If that long-term plan means 3-year planning, 10-year planning, or 25-year planning, we have to work towards that. When we look at the issue, the area of child welfare in Bill C-92, I acknowledge Brian, previous Grand Chief Hardlot, for mentioning that. It's an issue, we have to ensure that we bring our children home on our terms. We have to ensure that we're assisting with the development and the future of our own children. How do we do that? Individually as well as collectively. We see the numbers within the Prince Albert Grand Council. Again, Kitam, 47,000 members collectively. If we voice our opinions and work together on these issues, Bill C-92, child welfare, we have to collectively ensure that what bands are doing some innovative things that we can adopt together. When we look at northern issues, when we look at infrastructure, when we look at cost of living, when we look at roads, How do we work towards collectively with the federal government as well as potentially industry? How do we grow those economies when we look at the area of community safety, policing, justice? We have to push for more resources on and off reserve in the communities as well as in the urban centers. We have to work with the cities, municipalities, as well as the RCMP and the federal government to ensure that they accommodate that growth. Every single one of us wants that sense of safetiness. So when we're talking about our youth, our elders, and everybody in our community, it's about going forward together, collectively, meeting on these issues and addressing these issues to ensure that those unborn, everything that we do, they inherit. So we have to work towards that and collectively. When we look at 25 years from now, again, kita, the work that we have to do, at the end of the day, us as Treaty First Nations, sovereign, Indigenous nations, again, if we work together collectively, great things can happen. So we have to do that. We always have to continuously maintain we're a treaty organization. At the same time, our nations are sovereign, and we also have to maintain jurisdiction. When we look at our reserve lands, our reserve lands expand outside of INAC borders. We have to also maintain that these lands, we're talking traditional territories. When we talk about hundreds of years ago, there were no borders. So we always have to maintain that. So with that, again, kitam kitamskat nawal gakyo. Greg Ermine, Kitam, I really appreciate the time. I'm thankful for Prince Albert Grand Council as well as all the nations for allowing me to come up and speak on a few of the issues that I see as important. With that, tomorrow, again, I invite all of you tomorrow for breakfast at the Travel Lodge, formerly Cumberland Crossing. We'll be there from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. Kita, to our Native relatives, we say Marci Cho. To our Dakota relatives, we say Padama Ye Washdedo. Greg Erman Kita Mina. I appreciate your support tomorrow. Hi, hi.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you for the two candidates for your speeches and your nominators. This concludes today's session. I want to thank everyone for being here and apologize for some of the mix-ups on my behalf. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the stations will be opened, and it goes till noon. Another thing is tonight, there are still tickets for the 6 p.m. Women's Commission banquet at Plaza 88. If you need to contact, you can get Shirley Kimberly at 306-980-8501. And if you want to buy a table or single seats, they are both available. So everyone, thank you for everything. Thank you. Yeah. Show you that stuff there what I was talking about.